day. There's a lot of stuff out there that is grabbing attention. What's next for this person? What's next for that person? Where's this going? Where's that going? What's this rumor? What's that rumor? In regards to what we're getting tonight, we're not really getting anything that is kind of been previewed. As far as I know, there hasn't actually been any matches that have been announced. So I haven't looked, to be honest. I can have a look over on WWE just to see if there is anything on an official preview. But normally after a PLE, they don't put up even a preview page, because normally after a PLE, and certainly one as big as WrestleMania or SummerSlam, there isn't actually anything that gets announced. They like to keep you kind of guessing, like what's going to happen tonight. They sort of like to lean into that kind of air of mystery. And obviously there's going to be fallout. I mean, we're going to get Roman. We're going to get Seth. We're going to get Liv. We're going to get Iyo. We're going to get any of those stars that were at SummerSlam that obviously now we're going to need to find out what's next for them. Oba. We might not get Brock. I don't know if Brock's going to be around. We might not get Brock, but I'd expect us to get Oba. I'd expect us to get, obviously, Raquel following her title win last week. Judgment Day will be on this show a lot. Danhausen will be on this show, of course. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I wanted to make sure that we started early so that we could really get our teeth into what you lot want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? But as I said, there's not much in the way of a preview. So, with that being said, let's try and get our teeth into the comments. Almighty said, Daze, what's up? Hope you're having a good day so far. It's a rainy day here in New York. Oh, is it really? A rainy day in New York, eh? Sounds lovely, actually. A rainy day in New York. It's like how a book would start, isn't it? So, I hope you're still having a good day, though. I hope you're having a blessed day. Days, Royce Keys and Jacob is reportedly listed to take place tonight. Connor, thank you. Do you love 6-7, said Cruz. Like that. Surely that's done now, isn't it, Cruz? Surely the world has moved on from 6-7. Brian said, Days, Monday night and NXT and Evolution. Brian, shout out to you. I think just listing some shows that Brian has enjoyed. Death Metal Lad said, Days, hope your voice is doing okay. Yeah, it is, actually. Thank you. Obviously, this isn't our first rodeo. We do like these big WrestleMania weekends and SummerSlam weekends and whatever. So I'm fairly confident in my voice in getting through. And, I always do try and make sure that I get as much sleep as I possibly can. I mean, I've never said like that I ever try and I can survive on 2 hours or 3. No, I mean, I need to be getting as many hours as I can, really, 7-8 hours. So if I'm not streaming, I'm either setting something up for the next day or I'm asleep, trying to recover. So, I think I managed to get a good 7 hours, actually. So I'm actually feeling really good. So got to look after yourself. So if you're going to do the work, make sure that you look after yourself as well. That was a lesson I learned when I was doing retail. Was, I'd do like quite regular long shifts, but and I'd get burnt out. And like, you soon realize that if you want to really do this on a regular basis, if you want to put in that extra work, you've got to make sure that you're resting as well. Triple A said, Days, SummerSlam was brilliant. I got 2 questions though. Okay. Do we think Kevin beats Punk and wins the title, or is it just a feud that Punk wins? And do we see any titles? Do I see Oba winning any titles for Mania? Okay. So first one, I think that this is a proper feud. I think this is, Kevin Owens made a very interesting comment last night. And the comment he made last night was, if I've only got 2 years to do this, we're going all out. I don't think time is on Kevin's side. And I do believe that Kevin thought at one point, probably more than one point, that his career was done. So I actually think this is a brilliant feud that has probably come a touch too early, if we're going to be honest, because CM Punk is not had that belt very long. And so general rule of thumb is you're not going to take the belt off someone like this early into their reign. I know people will point to Sami, but I mean, Sami obviously has been crashing out and it's been part of a story, and it's also very much an exception. If you look at the length of title reigns that people have had since Triple H took over, certainly world titles, I think we can all agree that they're very lengthy reigns. Triple H does not hotshot the belts, maybe to the frustration of people, but he doesn't hotshot the belts. So putting the belt onto CM Punk, this would say to me he's going to have a run with it now for quite a long time. If he was going to face Finn Balor, I would back CM Punk to win. If he was going to face Sami Zayn, I would back CM Punk to win. He's going to be facing Kevin that doesn't have much time, or maybe doesn't have much time. They've not faced before, right? And so this is a dream match. This is a dream feud. So how do you book it? Well, I want the feud. I don't want a one-off match. I really want the feud. And so I would be very interested in pushing for the feud, and I would be interested in the belt changing hands. I have no problem with CM Punk winning a first encounter, but doing it in a way where there's just a little bit of a question in there. There's obviously a few ways that you can achieve that. Maybe the referee misses something that, he shouldn't have missed. I'm not saying that CM Punk cheats, but you just find a finish where there's enough of if that hadn't happened, you wouldn't have beaten me type response from Kevin, which sets up the rematch that Kevin wins. Yeah, Kevin wins. And then that would take us to a third match where I'd have CM Punk win. So you've got one Kevin win, one CM Punk win, and then you got a CM Punk win, but it's got an asterisk next to it, which is like, if that hadn't happened, you wouldn't have beaten me. So I would book it that way. I don't think I would really have Kevin on top with the championship for long. Although he could actually defend against a few other people before getting to that third CM Punk match, Kevin could win that belt on the second one and then sort of refuse to face CM Punk. I've beaten you. I don't need to prove that. You only beat me the first time because this happened. I beat you clean. There's nothing here to talk about. If you want a shot at this title, you qualify. And so give Kevin a little run. But I would obviously get CM Punk back to that belt eventually, and then CM Punk can win it back. So I don't think either guy could really be upset with that as an outcome. It's kind of pretty even. I know it technically gives CM Punk 2 wins to 1, but I think there's I want Kevin to have a title run, but I also want him to have some freedom and flexibility. So give him the run, give him a little run, give the belt back to CM Punk. That's how I would book it. That's where my head's at with it. But I mean, we could be one and done, couldn't we? And he might not get that run. But I would do the first one a little bit screwy, sets up the second one, Kevin wins, Kevin has a little run, and then we get back to CM Punk match, maybe Mania or something. And CM Punk picks up the victory. In regards to Oba, will he win any titles? Well, he could, but I don't think he wins a world title. I don't think he goes into Mania as world champion. I would delay it. I think the biggest match you can do is Oba Roman, and I think it's bigger if Oba has never won a world title. And I don't think waiting till Mania is that big of an ask, because I think there should be. I mean, we talk about how stacked this roster is. There should be enough people there that can pose a challenge to Oba to keep him occupied. I mean, I think Drew is a brilliant option. I think Drew's a brilliant option because Drew could come back and go after Oba, claymore him, lay him out, and talk about how, you think you're just going to jump to the front of the queue. You should have took that title opportunity when you had it. Who are you to kind of throw that away? And who are you to think that you're just going to walk to the front of the queue now? If you're going to do that, you're going to have to go through me. And I think we could easily set up a feud between those two that easily gets us into next year. And when you get into 2027, when you do get to 2027, it's very easy then. on the road to WrestleMania to just have a few little matches, few little feuds. If Oba wins the Rumble, how many times have we seen a Rumble winner get the match made for WrestleMania, and then we just, find a way of just keeping them busy? So as long as we can get through the rest of this year, I actually don't think it's going to be a problem. I really don't think it'll be a problem to keep Oba away from a world title. He could win the Rumble. In fact, I might have him win the Rumble. Oba wins the 2027 Rumble. Wins the 2027 Rumble, goes after Roman, and we do Oba, who's just been, he got the better of Drew. He's obviously got the better of Brock now. Now it's time to see, can he take down the biggest challenge? A Roman Reigns who has been unstoppable. A Roman Reigns that has beaten Seth. A Roman Reigns that obviously got past CM Punk at WrestleMania this year. A Roman Reigns that's going to get the better of whoever at Survivor Series. And so you right now is WrestleMania season, because we are project build Oba, build Roman, make them as big as you can. That is the task. That's the job right now. Keep feeding people to Oba, keep feeding people to Roman, keep giving them momentum, keep giving them wins, and then you smash them together in as big a match as you could create, really. I mean, The Rock could be a curveball, but I don't think The Rock is going to be a curveball, because, he wasn't there last night, was he? So I don't think he's going to be the curveball. I think it's a case that we need to be all in on Oba and Roman. I think pretty much undeniably it's the biggest match you can make using any two stars on the current roster. Roman's undeniably the biggest merch seller, biggest star that we've got. Google Trends shows you that. And then you got Oba, who is obviously the biggest, fastest rising star. He's just got the better of Brock Lesnar. He's just had the torch passed as well. I can't make an argument for anything else being bigger. Although, I'm not saying it's the most intriguing, because some people might say that they're really interested in Punk and Kevin, because I am. I am really interested in that match because it's got a little bit of reality in it. They do not like each other, or at least they certainly haven't in the past. So I think that that's going to be really interesting. I can't wait to get to that. That was a massive positive about Kevin winning that match. I've seen some people saying, he's come back from like a year and a half out and he's managed to win that. Well, the only thing I'd say is it's a fatal four-way match. It's chaotic. It can go any which way because, do you know what I mean? There is a bit of luck to winning a fatal four-way, because the thing is that you are not in control of everything because you got two other people that can always break up the pin. Unless you're Oba and you can murk everyone in the match and make sure that no one gets involved, then, chances are you're not going to be able to do that. If you're Kevin, I don't think you're going to be able to murk everyone in the match to the point where you just dominate it and win like we saw Oba do. Because Oba did that, I believe, when he won his first round in King of the Ring. He basically murked everyone and, there was no one to stop the pin. And so he won the match. In regards to Kevin, he's not going to be able to do that. So there is a bit of luck involved, but that's okay. That's fine. That's kind of built into the match. The other two people, if they're dealing with each other or, they've been injured or they've injured each other, and that just gives you a window to get the 3 count, then, boom, done. So I think because it wasn't a singles match, it would be hard for me to believe that he could come back and win a singles match. But for him to come back and win a fatal four-way, I actually don't think it's very hard to believe. And I think that he looked pretty good, actually. He was chucking himself around. And I also do wonder if that's why the match was cut short, because I'm not sure how much he had to give. Although there was a good point I saw made, which was, well, Kevin could have been on the outside. The other 3 could have wrestled the bulk of the match. I wasn't down on that, actually. I kind of thought, that match probably could have had a bit longer. But still got a big thumbs up from me. Got a big thumbs up from you guys. And I think it was brilliant. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, I think undeniably high-end, great, low-end, all-time I think you go on either of those. I think the match itself is probably in the great range. I think it clicked into all time for us because it included the Kevin return. Andy, hello. Days, my early Mania predictions now are Roman Oba, Punk Gunther. The only thing is that Cody needs a big match and would mean that he's not in the main event for the first time in 5 years. Well, I think that's okay for that to happen. I think getting Gunther up there makes a lot of sense. Getting Oba up there makes a lot of sense. And I don't know. I mean, look, we've got to have a look at Bron Breakker again now. In fact, tonight's going to be so exciting because all those people that missed out on SummerSlam, we're going to have a look at them. And all those people that have, just lost at SummerSlam, you're either going to kind of give them a bit of time off. I mean, if Iyo went away for a little bit now and just had a break, I could see that because I don't see an obvious feud for her outside of someone like Becky. Because Iyo is a very credible wrestler, fantastic wrestler. She is on her own. I mean, there's no Asuka, there's no Kairi. She could maybe get you back with Bayley, but I think Bayley needs a run on her own now. Bayley has done a lot of damage control. She's then come out of that and been with Lyra. I feel like Bayley could just do with being on her own, focusing on herself, and kind of seeing if she can get back to the top. I mean, it was 6 years ago that she was Bayley Dostraps, where she had the SmackDown Women's Championship, and I think it was the SmackDown one. Yeah, it was. And the women's tag belts. So, we had Bayley Dostraps. I mean, we feel like a long, long, long way away from that. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I would put Iyo with Bayley. I don't think I would. But Iyo is a little bit lost. I mean, maybe you put her with Julia for a bit. I mean, maybe you do that. I know people will want something better for Julia. I understand that. But equally, if she's getting used on TV on a regular basis and a team in with Iyo could actually help elevate Julia's impact, connection with the audience, it could be a real positive for her at this stage. So, I don't know. I mean, this is where you've kind of got a clean sheet of paper again. SummerSlam's done. And obviously there are things that we're going to want to continue post SummerSlam. There's a few threads that you might want to continue with. Like, I don't know what we're doing in relation to, say, Trick Williams and him trying to win back that United States Championship. I mean, so there might be a few things that you want. But by and large, I think Roman's done with Seth. Oba is done with Brock. I think Fatal Influence are done with the Bellas and Paige. Looks like the Bellas are done with Paige as well. It just feels like there's a fair few things that have come to an end now. And it feels like you've got a fantastic opportunity where you've got a fresh sheet of paper and you can now start looking at your roster, looking who hasn't been used, like Jordan, like Blake, like Candice and Johnny and those kind of people. And now you can start dropping them in, putting them against some people that have got a bit of buzz, bit of momentum. You can start, drawing it all out. So it's going to be very exciting to see what they come up with tonight. Rapture said, do we think aside from Big Cass, Stephanie is going to be the only other returner? Will there be more? I wouldn't go into tonight expecting loads. This isn't the Raw after WrestleMania. Raw after SummerSlam doesn't really have that sort of vibe. But I think it will be pretty fun. I think they'll want to keep the good vibes going, momentum going. Big Cass coming in is going to be a big talking point, of course. How does he look? What's the music like? Presentation, all of that stuff. So, yes, of course, that's going to be a big talking point. But Stephanie coming in, could you get her? Maybe. I'm all right with them not bringing everything out at SummerSlam and actually saving a few things. I'd be surprised if they went crazy, though. Because then I would question, why didn't you just move some of this to SummerSlam? Do you know what I mean? Like, why have you gone so heavy on Raw? Why didn't you if you've got Lola being called up and Tatum being called up and you've got Drew returning and you've got Big Cass coming in and you've got Stephanie coming back, and I would be like, it's a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, I know Raw's important. I know the Raw TV money is important, but SummerSlam was also important, and perhaps some of the matches could have benefited by having, you know, some of these people return on that show. So I'm not expecting too much, but yeah, you could get a couple of things. Connor said, after Chad won against Penta, who would we like to see Chad face next? Because now he's the champion. Well, to be honest, I just want to see an open challenge type situation. I think he's so good that, you know, who wants to step up? I mean, it doesn't even have to be all heels. The good thing about the open challenges is you can have some of those sort of respectful challenges where it's, you know, I wouldn't do that just yet. I think I'd be looking a little bit more at heels at first. So, I mean, you've got people like maybe Dominic could have a go, Ethan Page could have a go, Rusev could have a go. But then saying that, you could also throw in, Theory could have a go, of course. But, I mean, you could also throw in Otis. What if Otis wants to have a shot? And Chad's like, I'd love to give you that opportunity. I'm not going to go easy on you, though, Otis. You know what this belt means to me, but hopefully you know what you mean to me as well, and it would be my honor to give you that match. And Otis would be like, you know? And I wouldn't have Otis win, but make it like, I mean, that could be really cool, couldn't it? That could be really cool. Maybe Tozawa the same as well. Maybe Ray wants to step up. Maybe Dragon Lee wants to step up. I mean, you're just talking about the mid-card, aren't you? Gargoyle Johnson said, does anyone else have a hard time remembering what is going on in WWE without watching recaps, reviews, or social media? I suppose I'm the worst person to ask that because we're talking about it all the time, aren't we? I think if I was to watch it on a Monday and then not think about it again until, say, Friday or the following Monday, then my answer might be yes. But obviously we're constantly talking about where's this going, where's that going, why they've done this, why they've done that. So, but yeah, I could see that being the case if I, you know, didn't do this. Word Life Cinefan said, Daze, out of what happened at SummerSlam, which one of the Raw and SmackDowns could have the better fallout? I think SmackDown, because I think you got the fallout with the whole what next for Cody. Well, it's going to be Randy, isn't it? But I mean, is Randy on the show on Friday? I'd imagine he is. So what's that look like, right? I mean, is Randy talking? Is Cody confronting? Are we doing the promo between them? What does that feud look like without a title involved and without Pat involved? I mean, I'm hoping that this is going to be the presentation that WWE wanted it to be on the road to WrestleMania. So I'm hoping that we get that. But yeah, I think for me, that is very interesting that we're going back to the Randy thing. And I hope it's the feud that we wanted, right? Then you've got CM Punk, Kevin Owens. That's interesting. Then you've got Gunther, who's crashing out again because he can't believe he got added to a match that then had Kevin added to it. So he's not happy that Kevin was added to it. So, you know, he's gone back to crashing out again. Then Sammy's crash out. I mean, actually, I don't even know what to expect from Sammy's crash out. I think Sammy should be in a different place now. If I was Sammy, I would be thinking, I've already been crashing out pretty big. I could go bigger, right? I could go bigger and like trash rooms. We have seen him knocking water bottles around, but maybe now he's just like, you know, even bigger. There will come to a point though where Sammy is just broken. There will come to a point where he's not crashing out. He's just sat, head in his hands, just broken. I mean, you can only keep going so big, you know. If I'm Sammy, I'm really thinking about where am I right now on that scale and how much further am I going to go? I might even speak to Triple H about that. If I was Sammy, I might go to Triple H and be like, listen, I'm trying to figure out my character's reaction to this stuff. I keep crashing out and I can only do that for so long till people get bored. I can make it bigger, but at what point do you think that I should be just broken? Because, you know, at some point I can't keep going bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Do you know what I mean? So I'd probably be speaking to Triple H, trying to gauge just where's this going? How much crash out do I need? Have you got any thoughts about what you'd like to see, or a vision of where you see the character going. I'd probably speak to him about that. So I think the Sammy stuff's going to be interesting, and I'm interested to see how that's structured. And I think the CM Punk Kevin Owens is one of the most interesting feuds. I mean, wow, I just can't even believe we're getting that. I can't even believe Kevin's back. So amazing. So loving all of that. Then you've got Chelsea and the Chelsea situation, where what do you do with her now? How long is she going to be champion for? So I'm more interested to see how they use Chelsea than what are we doing with Liv. I'm more interested around CM Punk Kevin than I am what next for Roman, because I think Roman's just going to keep winning. I'm more interested in Sammy's crash out than I think anything on Raw. I mean, I'm not playing Raw down. I'm still really excited for Raw. But if the question is which show do you think Fallout's going to be better, I think for me it's going to be SmackDown for the reasons. You just got to look at the belts. If you look at the top of the women's cards, that's interesting. Look at the top of the men's cards. That's interesting. If you look at the mid cards, Baron, that's interesting, because now it brings out of the shadows all of the people like Johnny, like Elia. You know, all of a sudden there's a heel that's got the belt, and the baby faces can go chasing after him, right? So that's good. Tiffany is probably the one out of the four. So your two top titles and your two mid card, Tiffany's the one that I'm like not really bothered by that, to be honest. That's a bit of a down. If I look over on the other side, it's not a down. Roman's great, but just not as interesting for me right now. Although I am very much looking forward to seeing what he does in regards to Seth. We were talking about that on the member stream. And then you look at the top of the women, it's Liv. You could bring Stephanie back there. That would be good. But I don't know. That one's not grabbing me as much as, what are we doing with Chelsea, right? Then mid-card for the men is Chad. That's interesting. Not down on that. I'm pleased he's champion. He got to celebrate and he got to have a root beer. But now it's about what's next. And then you look at the mid-card for the women, and that is Raquel. Not down on that. She won that belt on Monday, so let's see where she goes next as well. So, yeah, I mean, actually, it's pretty close between the two when I look at the titles and I look at who's got the belts and what can be next to them all. But, yeah, I think it's the Punk and it's the Kevin and the Sammy and the Gunther and what next for Finn Balor as well. I think that's the most interesting stuff, and that's over on SmackDown. I know what's next for Seth. Remember when he tried to manipulate Jacob? He said, if I beat Roman, does he get Roman's bag, boy? And then Jacob said, if there's anything left of you afterwards. Oh, yeah, good shout that, actually. Good shout. The only thing is, Roman can have a word with Jacob, couldn't he? Being like, no, you don't touch him. And Jacob could be annoyed by that. But I think that look at the end from Roman is very telling. I think that he found his brother again. I think he had a brother. I think he grew to hate his brother, or at least thought he did. And I think that match actually brought his brother back to him. I know that sounds very emotional and deep and lovey-dovey, but I think you look at that Shield pose at the end, and you look at Roman looking at the mask and looking up at Seth and remembering those times. And maybe those are not times that Roman has thought about in a long time. Why does he need to? Why think about the Shield when you got the bloodline? So I think a lot was churned up. I think there was a lot of feelings that came back to Roman. And I'm very, if Jacob wants to rip Seth's head off, there is someone that can stop him. And I think he might look to stop him. But again, that's all going to be very interesting, isn't it? All of that's going to be very interesting tonight. Richard said Roman picked up the mask. Is Cody done? Vacation. Roman picked up that mask, yeah. Is Cody done? I don't see how they're connected. How are they connected? Is Cody done? Vacation. No, well, Cody's going to go into a thing with Randy now, isn't he? So he's not going to go on vacation now. Roman picking up the mask, I think, is very interesting. We were just talking, actually, on the members side, and I was saying, I don't need Roman to join forces with Seth, because I don't know how that works, to be honest. I mean, Roman's the top champ. He's all about, being in control and all that stuff. You could make an argument that, by getting the tag belts, that just brings him more control. But I don't know. That's the kind of thing he should send the Usos off to go and get, or Jacob and Jay or whatever. I don't know. Or Jacob and Jimmy and have Jay go after a mid-card belt. But he should send them off. I don't know that I see him wanting to team up with Seth to go after tag titles. Because it's more work as well. Roman likes to rock up on his schedule. So maybe if there was an opportunity to win tag titles, and he didn't really have to do a great deal for it, you just have a word with Adam Pearce, and Adam Pearce grants the match, and it's you and Seth taking on... Who's got the belts? Vision. Ooh. I don't hate it, actually. I don't hate it. Roman and Seth against the Vision. The point I'm making, you can go that way, but I don't need it, right? What I would like is I'd like Roman to be there for Seth now. I don't need the animosity between them. I think what I would like is some respect now. I think what I would like is for that match to be the end of the bad mouthing. I think I'd like for that match to have been a cathartic moment where now they are actually going to be talking quite positive about each other. It's very easy to talk negative about someone, right? Easy. But you're never gonna, there's not going to be an improvement in the relationship if you keep doing that. So I think, why not flip it? Why not talk positively? And you can still have feelings of I'm better than you, whatever, right? Because you're always going to have that as a wrestler. But I mean, that doesn't have to be the first thought that comes to your mind when you're talking to your brother and Seth. It doesn't always have to be animosity. It doesn't always have to be competitive. I think it would just be nice if, Seth was a bit lost tonight and Roman went to go and see him and just have a word with him and just be like, what's the plan? What's the next step? And to actually just sort of have that word with him. And for Seth to be a bit surprised, what do you care? And it's like, well, Shield brothers forever. And it's like, that's what I'm looking for. I don't need them to be a tag team, although, having just walked through it, them against Vision, I'm buying, right? But I don't need that. But what I think I would like the end to the animosity. I don't need the animosity. Roman's had so much success. You don't have to keep saying that you're the best. You don't have to keep saying I'm the man around here and all that stuff. We know, right? We know. Honestly, by this point, we know. Seth knows. Everyone knows, right? Why not get rid of that just for Seth? Why not show more respect towards Seth? And Seth is in a place now where he's not at the level of success of Roman. He's not at the main events of WrestleMania that Roman has had. And he ain't got a vision. He ain't got no friends. I mean, what has Seth got? I mean, really, you could understand if Seth would come out tonight a broken man. I mean, the one thing he had over Roman is you can't beat me in a match, and he just lost on Sunday. Ain't clean. So that's gone. So you could understand Seth just being he's got a beautiful wife, he's got a beautiful daughter, he's got loads of money, he's got his coffee, he's fine. But professionally, in the wrestling world that he loves so much, I think he is lost. So, yeah, I would like to see that get dug into because, yes, wrestling matches matter and we should be improving those, but the stories matter as well, and segments like that matter. And when you can logically build upon where you've been and deliver a really compelling segment, like a segment that, people are like, oh man, that was so cool. I felt that. That's what we're looking for. That's the good stuff. And then you follow it up with a banger Chad Gable match. Do you know what I mean? And you're like, we're so back. We are so back. This is why I'm excited coming out of SummerSlam. This is why I don't quite understand some of the. I think we identified it before, didn't we? We did. We identified it before. It's not like we haven't been saying it. I genuinely think there are people out there that are stuck in a rut. I think there are people out there that just can't get back to being glass half full, and they're glass half empty, or the glass is broken and the liquid's all over the table. I really thought they delivered something special yesterday, and nothing has changed my mind. It's not going to, is it? Because I watched the show and I made my own mind up. I mean, how a match makes you feel is how you score a match. You watch it, and how did it make you feel? Was you lost in it? Was you thrilled by some of the moments and the segments and the spots and the kickouts and the reversals and the storytelling and the callbacks? And did you feel like you went on a journey? Did you feel like you watched some epic? Did it feel like a cinema? It was, all of that is how I felt for the main event last night. And so I've not seen people down it. Well, I have, but I've seen Brian Alvarez saying he felt it was just way too slow, whatever. But actually, believe it or not, Dave Meltzer is really positive on it. Dave Meltzer's really positive on it. And a lot of you were really positive on it. And as I said earlier, we had over 1,000 votes. Well, you saw in our watch along, and it scored all time 57, sorry. All time 57, which is one of the biggest scores we've ever seen. I mean, we don't get that many all-time ratings. So to get an all-time rating, and for it to be comfortable as well. Sometimes we get all-time 40 and great is 39, and it could have gone either way. Well, actually, Roman Seth, all-time 57, great was 31. It wasn't close. It wasn't close to being great. Over 50% of people that voted, over the 1,100 people that voted, over 50%, 57% clicked the all-time button. I mean, I'm not losing my mind. I haven't just forgotten what good wrestling looks like. It was seriously good. It was seriously good. It was match of the year contender. I felt it. You felt it, or at least if you were joining us during the stream, seemingly you felt it. 9% said it was good. 3% said it was bad. I mean, you're always going to have variety, but I mean, those numbers are tiny, absolutely tiny. Tiny. Considering we had 1,100 people voting, so it's either great or it's all time. You can debate that till the cows come home, right? But it was really, really special, and I think coming out of that show and seeing where we are now. If you're feeling a flicker of excitement, if you're feeling a flicker of hope, if you're feeling a flicker of enthusiasm that you might not have been feeling for a while, if you're feeling a flicker of, anticipation for Raw tonight, grab it, hold it, protect it, love that feeling, because that's how it should be. That's what's been missing, is we've not been feeling this, right? I mean, I always go in I'm looking forward to tonight because I am. I always love hanging with you guys and talking wrestling, but it does feel different today. It does feel different today. Today isn't just, I'm looking forward tonight. Today is I ain't missing the show. You know what I mean? I could have friends call me up, invite me around to play flipping Mario Kart 64 or GoldenEye or something like that, and I ain't leaving this house. I ain't missing this show. Because I need to know what's going to happen after SummerSlam now. We're back, baby. We are back. This is, I need to know. I'm in. I'm pushing the chips in. I'm excited. And, this is how it should feel, isn't it? This is what it's like being and it's not even about being a WWE fan. I'm sure that you feel this if you're an AEW fan. You know, big show happens on the weekends, and then you're super excited for Dynamite. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is how it's meant to be. And I don't know, it has, now I'm feeling it. I'm realizing it's been a while since I felt this feeling. It's been a while since I felt this tingle, this anticipation, this excitement. Every week I sit here and I'm like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not lying, but like, it feels different. This feels different. So yeah, good. I'm excited. Okay, Super. Let's go jump in. Super. What's your channel name? Super Pony. Well, I've subscribed. I'm not encountering a Super Pony and not subscribing, so. Super Pony said, Daze, Kevin scared me when he said he might only have 2 years left. Okay. I need him for at least 4. Retiring at 42 just doesn't sit right with me. Yeah, to be honest, though, I think it should scare you. And I think it's a brilliant comment because it serves a few purposes. First of all, it puts a window on his career and a potential end date, right? He didn't say he was ending in 2 years, but what he's done is it's made it clear that it's a possibility, right? I mean, the truth is, it's a possibility for every wrestler because you never know what injury is going to strike. I mean, look at Big E, right? But for him, he knows that he is banged up. He knows that he came about as close to having to retire without actually having to retire as I think it's probably possible to get. And so I think he's looking at this like a second chance, like live for the day. And I think he is trying to get us in that mindset. So what does that mean? Well, it means that if he's going to go for a championship, don't think that he doesn't stand a chance because he doesn't know and we don't know how long he's got, and we can't really afford to drag our heels like we can with, say, Oba or Trick or people like that, right? Where we think they're going to have 15 years, 17 years, right? 20 years maybe. I mean, Oba, I think, is 28. He could still be wrestling at 48. It's not impossible. I mean, like, that's, I think Randy's 46. I think Jericho's in his 50s. So I'm not saying Oba's going to be wrestling till he's 48, but is there an option for him to potentially do that? Yeah, of course. So Oba's got 20 years, right? So, but like, I think what Kevin's trying to say is my window is short, and actually my career has probably been shortened by the injury I've just had. So enjoy me whilst you've got me. I think that's a great message to be sending out. You know, don't take me for granted. Don't think I'm going to be here for a long time. So whatever we get out of this, we're getting out of this. This is a second chance for me and for my fans. But also, I think it's good because it means that this feud with CM Punk now has completely been reframed in my mind. Because if Kevin hadn't have gone away and had been here all along, I don't know how I would feel about this feud happening now. I think that it was too early because Kevin is a match for CM Punk that I really want to see. And I don't really want to see it now because I don't think that CM Punk is going to lose the belt this soon after winning it. I mean, that's what I said about SummerSlam. I don't think he loses to Cody because I think it's too soon after he's won it. So it doesn't really make sense to do a Kevin match now, considering, I mean, SummerSlam was 2 days ago. If I felt like it was too early 2 days ago, breaking news, I still think it's too early for CM Punk to lose the belt. But it's been completely reframed now that I've been told that Kevin might only have 2 years. Because we cannot mess around. We cannot kick the can down the road. We can't keep waiting because we don't know how long we've got with Kevin. So I suppose the mindset now has to be we're doing the matches to get them done so that we know we've done them and anything can happen in them. And I think if he really does bang on that message, I think that is going to make this one of the best runs, maybe the best run he has ever had, because it throws a lot of wrestling logic out the window. It throws a lot of wrestling logic out the window. And I think that would be a brilliant, brilliant thing for him to be saying. This is why you being scared by hearing he's only got 2 years left is probably a good thing. It's probably a positive thing, because you should be scared, because it could be true. And what does that mean? And what does that look like? And how does that change how you feel about Kevin and the opportunities that he's going to have, and the fact that we can't afford to kick the can down the road, and the fact that we're going to have to pull the trigger on things. And that to me just means that it's more likely now that Kevin can actually get this belt from CM Punk, even though CM Punk not long ago won the title, and we know Triple H likes long title reigns. Kevin has got a chance. It reframes and makes me rethink the way that I kind of think about wrestling and matches when I'm going into them. So, yeah, I agree with you. It was scary, but I actually think if he does bang that drum, not to the point where we're tired of hearing it, but just to the point where the message has got across to the masses, I actually think that could be a one hell of a weapon, one hell of a tool to actually unleash for this run, to actually use, because it just reframes everything. And it could make it very exciting, because every time you see him, as long as he's not overexposed, it should feel special, I don't think any wrestler, I can't think of a wrestler that's done that. But could you imagine if you was a wrestler, and this would be a brilliant way to retire, but could you imagine if a wrestler said, I'm going to retire at WrestleMania 45? I'm going to retire at WrestleMania 45. I've made a promise to my family that that's where it ends. They miss me and I miss them. I love this, and I'm going to give this absolutely everything. And they have agreed that, this is the time I dedicate to wrestling. And as soon as we get to WrestleMania 45, that's where I'll call it quits. I don't know if I'll be on that show. I'm going to have to work hard to get onto that show. But, I've told Triple H that that's what I would like. And that's, what I would like to do is build to that. And you've got me for, 2-3 years. But that is where I'm retiring. And you actually pick the show years out. Not like Cena, who did it 1 year, but extend it even more. Do you know what I mean? 3 years, 4 years, and go, that's the show. Randy could do that. That's the show where I retire. It's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the road. So you've got me for that. But then every time you see them, it's just like subconsciously another match done. It reframes it, doesn't it? I don't think that way when I watch a wrestler. I don't think, another day towards their retirement. I'm not going to think that one tonight, when Oba comes out. But if you were getting towards the end of your career, like Randy, like Ray, you probably could employ something like, I cannot recall someone doing that, to be honest. I can't recall someone doing that. Don't know why that popped into my head, but it did. Richard said, Roman and Seth as tag champs. Roman 2 belts is always big, said Richard. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't need it, because I think Roman to me is someone that's not lazy, but do you know what I mean? He's a part-time guy. His work-life balance is very important to him. And I think that he likes the big main event stage. He likes being the man. He likes all of that. I don't really associate the tag belts with that. The tag titles for me are not main event. They're not Roman. They're so far removed from that. I mean, they're so hot cold that I don't know. Would he be it'd be brilliant for the tag belts if he was motivated to go after them with Seth. I mean, that would be incredible. Do I need it? No, I don't think I need it, but it would be great for Seth, and it would be fun. I don't know. It's difficult, because if you're sat in a creative room, I mean, I'd be sat there now going, you do realise people are complaining that, Bloodline are back, and that, we've gone back to, Roman and Seth as being a main event of SummerSlam. People want new stars being pushed. you know, we had the Bellas on the show, and people are like, don't need this. People are looking for those new stars to be pushed. So how does a Roman Seth tag reunion land with the wider fan base? I don't know. I don't need it. I would take it. I think a match of them two against the Vision for the tag titles intrigues me. I'm buying it. That intrigues me. But then, of course, if they win that, then they got to defend against other teams. I mean, them against Street Profits would bang. The more I talk about it, the more I do get into it, actually. But, I don't know. There's definitely some caveats in my mind that I'd be like... I suppose the truth is, though, if you did work in creative and you had these kinds of conversations... There's going to be many, many, many occasions where you're going to go with something that you're not quite sure if it's going to work or not. I mean, there's going to have to be times where you just go for stuff and you're like, I don't know. I don't know how people react to this. I like it. I can see that we do it and what we get from it and why we do it. But then equally, I can see people criticising, going, why aren't they pushing Ilya Dragunov? Why aren't they pushing blah blah blah, you know? Oh, that's great. Two people that were in the Shield 12 years ago have just beaten Bron Breakker and Austin Theory. That's a brilliant way of building new stars. And you're like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Can't we just put on some good stories and tell, like, you know, do some good matches and have some fun shows and have some fun moments? They've just buried Bron Breakker. Again. Why doesn't he leave and go to AEW? Oh my God. Shut up. Nerd. I've just got upset with some imaginary IWC person. Sean said, Enzo in the building. Can't wait for tonight. Is he? I don't know. Can't wait for tonight. I think that Seth joins Roman. The OTS is now here. I think we see a debut tonight, says Sean. A debut. Well, we're getting Big Cass. Are you telling me that there's word that Enzo has been spotted in the building? Is that what the streets are saying? I mean, we're expecting him. I'm expecting him. Not tonight, but I'm expecting him to come in because he was the first name that was mentioned. It was Enzo that was mentioned first about coming in. And then it was Big Cass that was rumoured. And then we heard they were going to be put together. And so when we never saw Enzo in those vignettes, I was quite confused. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know where we go with it. I don't know if we have Big Cass come out and do some solo work and then get in trouble and need a partner and the crowd are chanting Enzo and we save a moment. I mean, to be honest with you, it's quite clever by WWE to save the Enzo moment because every Raw needs moments and reasons to be tuning in, right? So for me, I've said this before as well, you could sit down now with a diary of Raws next year and SmackDowns next year and a list of ideas of like a heel turn, a call-up, a return, a legend appearance. You know, you could have a list of like 20 different things. And of course, you just do each one, you know, a few times. You know, you'll do a few heel turns. You'll do a few call-ups. You'll do a few returns, right? You'll do a few title changes. These are all talking points, big moments, right? You ideally would like to have something on each show. Okay, I think the fans are going to be all right if there's the odd show where there isn't something, right? That's okay. You can get away with the odd show here, there. But by and large, you want there to be something on each show, right? You want Daze to have a thumbnail. You want Daze's thumbnail problem to go away, yeah? You just want it to be a case of, no issue, Daze, don't worry, mates. We got you. We're going to make sure every show has got a talking point, yeah? So for me tonight, Big Cass, you know, Big Cass, we know he's coming in. We're going to look at the presentation. We're going to look at the music. We're going to look at what he says. We're going to look at, I don't know if he wrestles. I'm expecting it maybe to be a promo. That to me is, if nothing else happens, that is the thumbnail, right? I've got it. It's done. Well, it's not done, but I've got it, right? I can visualize it in my brain. And if you save Enzo for a few weeks down the road or a month down the road, there's my next thumbnail. There's your next talking point. Enzo's back. Rather than putting them both together and having them come straight out, you know? So I would not hate if they brought Big Cass out, put the spotlight on him for a little bit, try and give him some wins, give him some momentum, get him over with the crowd a bit, right? Make him look like a badass, make him murk a couple of people, say that, you know, he didn't know who he was last time he was here, but he's found himself since he's left or whatever, right? And then he hits some trouble, maybe the Vision, something along those lines, needs a partner. You don't need to prompt the fans. They'll already be chanting Enzo. And then, you know, you do the epic Enzo return. I'm not saying this is how it goes, but I'm just saying if you did that, I could understand why you did that. I could understand why you didn't put all your eggs into the one basket and why you spaced them out, right? And I'd be fine with that. Absolutely fine with that. Equally, if there's an Enzo moment tonight, yeah, fine. I just hope you got something planned for, you know, a month down the road. I hope you've got something planned for that show, because you could have saved Enzo and given us Enzo then. But yeah, you know, if he comes out tonight, bada bing. Realist guys in the room. Right. Main event tonight will be Seth and Roman against Soft, says Mr. Unfamiliar. Rated Zombie said Daze the Vision could attack Big Cass and Enzo, could come out and help him reunite the team, and then they go after those tag titles. Well, I'll tell you what, if Roman and Seth did join forces, I'm not saying they are, and you've got Braun and Theory and the Vision, right, with Maxine and obviously Logan hanging around, and then you've got Enzo and Big Cass coming in, and you got the Street Profits, right? All of a sudden, we are beyond cooking with the tag division. Do you know what I mean? All of a sudden, we're not just back. We've got like an absolute boom period for tag wrestling, right? And you know, I think about like War Raiders. I don't know what brand they're on. They've been over on SmackDown feuding with Damien, whatever. So I'm guessing they're probably more over there. Obviously, you got Fraxium. I'd love to put them into that pot. But again, I think they're more over on SmackDown. So, yeah, I mean, oh my God, that tag division would be so good if that's kind of what we're doing. And maybe that's the plan. I don't know. Maybe that's the plan. We do go through these periods where we invest in the tag division and then it just goes quiet again for a while. So perhaps we're about to enter a tag division boom period, which would be great because we were in one, was it 2 years ago, 2024? I think was we in one. Or was it last year, actually? Might have been. Was it last year we had all the ladder matches? Might have been even last year, mightn't it? Yeah, I think it was. I think it was last year. Just before last year's WrestleMania, we did the one ladder match and then we did the other one at SummerSlam. So, actually, you know, we kind of did some great... So that might have been where it ended, actually, SummerSlam. And then, like, it's been like a year where it's just been pretty awful. So, who knows? Perhaps we enter another boom period for tag wrestling. New Tomorrow said Roman is a part-timer. He won't do double duty by tagging with Seth as well. War Games is the only answer. Benny said, Daze, have we ever thought that maybe Big Cass returns as a comedy character where he comes back but injures himself on the way to the ring? And then we just keep getting more vignettes. Not the direction I would go, but never say never with WWE. Diane said, Daze, I think LA Knight is next for Seth. They did a promo during a SummerSlam build. I could see Seth joining Roman's team for War Games because Bloodline has got 4 members and they do need a 5th. Yeah, I think it's a great shout, but I also don't hate them joining up to try and win those tag titles. I mean, I know what people are saying about him being part-time, but actually you don't need a great build, do you? If Roman Reigns wants to go after the tag titles, I mean, we can get to a match at a B-show pay-per-view quite comfortably. And actually, Roman in a tag match at a B-show pay-per-view is the kind of thing I could totally see them doing. So Roman and Seth trying to win those tag titles from the Vision. And I think if you go for them, you've probably got to get them. The run doesn't need to be all that long. You haven't got to worry too much about defending them on a regular basis. Because, you know, Judgment Day had the belts for like 70 odd days and didn't defend them. That was bad. They should be defended every 30 days. So I do agree that it could be a little tricky to hit that mark. But, you know, maybe we can do Roman Seth on an episode of Raw defending the tag belts. And perhaps we can just tick the box that way. I mean, we could honestly see them losing the belts just before Survivor Series, which is, you know, end of November. Maybe they lose those belts before then, and, you know, Seth kind of thanks Roman for, you know, giving him a purpose since SummerSlam, like, thank you, my brother, and everything. Goes and walks away to make it clear that that partnership is done. And then, as you lot say, with War Games, you know, a few weeks later or whatever, of course, Roman, we need a fifth person. Who you going to get? I'll go get my brother. And so he goes and gets Seth. So if you won those belts in September, you could defend them once in October, lose them in early November, and then get to War Games by the end of November. So can you do Roman Seth at a PLE? Maybe Money in the Bank. You could do Money in the Bank in October. Roman and Seth against the Vision. Can you get to that? Yes. Can you defend the belt once in October? Yes. Can you lose the belts in early November? Yes. Can you then get Seth added to the War Games team at the end of November? Yes. I think you can do it. And I think it doesn't need to be an epic 6-month reign or anything. I think there's a story that can be told that can, like, you know, get us from where we are now and get us to War Games. So I think it can be done. But it comes down to if you want to do it. I mean, if you want to do it, you do it. You find a way of doing it. But if you don't want to do it, then obviously you don't have to. So I'm torn on it, as I said. I mean, I think there's a story that's there. I think I can follow that story, understand that story. I think it's quite emotional. I think I like it, and it leads us basically to War Games. So, you know, I don't. That takes us through pretty much to the end of the year, because really after that it's December, and we just faff around in December, don't we? We're probably doing the John Cena Classic in December. So yeah, I don't mind. I don't need it, but if we do it, it'd be okay. Tag belts need to be unified, said Mr. Unfamiliar. There's not enough depth on either brand. James said, great news. Little Yachty is in talks with WWE to extend his stay. Yay! I don't need that, to be honest. I didn't need that. I was quite happy when he got planted through the floor and it looked like Trick might be done with him. So, yeah, that was actually one of the positives that came out of that match for me. People are, well, I say people, Cage Match are a bit down on that match. They scored it in the 5s, right? In the 3s. See, I think that's harsh. I don't think that Baron Corbin, Trick Williams is a 3.7 match. I think the action was all right. I didn't think it stunk the place out. You could make an argument. It felt a bit like a SmackDown main event. You know, the kind of final match that ends a SmackDown and then maybe you do a promo after or something. I could see that, and I could understand people saying it wasn't big enough to be at SummerSlam, whatever, but it was the second match at SummerSlam. We had a shock title change, may I say, as well, because I didn't see too many people predicting Baron Corbin was going to win. It felt like Corbin was just being fed to Trick Williams. And so, you know, it says to me that, and you know, I love the fact Carmelo wasn't in that match. I'm going to upset a load of people, but I don't care. I love the fact he wasn't in that match because I actually think Baron Corbin won relatively clean. Yeah, there was some shenanigans with Little Yachty that Trick can blame Little Yachty for, but that wasn't really Baron Corbin's fault, was it? That was the doofus sidekick getting involved, and it gave Baron Corbin the advantage, the momentum. He then hits End of Days and ends up putting Trick Williams away. I kind of like the fact that it was relatively clean. I think it's made Baron Corbin look stronger in my mind than when he went into the match, because he's been able to go out there, not only deal with Trick, but have to worry about Little Yachty as well. And somehow he has managed to come away with the belt. So, you know, in my mind, I think we've actually achieved something in the sense of we put the belt on the heel, which is good, because that opens up the division. We've maybe teased some tension between Little Yachty and Trick Williams, which is good, because I'm not a fan of those two together. I don't need it, so it is disappointing to hear that they're looking to extend the deal. And honestly, I think the spotlight being on just those two has ended up helping those two. I think actually, I thought that Trick would come out with more of that spotlight, but I think actually it's Baron. I think Baron has come out a bigger star than he went in. I don't think I can say that about Trick. So if Carmelo had been in, would he have took away some of that spotlight? Because you know he's going to have looked great because he's a great wrestler. But if this story was never about putting the spotlight onto him, then there is an argument that he shouldn't have been in the match. If the goal of the match is to make Baron a credible champion and to put the spotlight onto him a bit more, I can understand the decision to not put Carmelo in the match, because it was not about trying to put the spotlight onto Carmelo. It was about trying to put the spotlight onto Baron. So I can look at it and go, do you know what? It was all right. You know, going in, I agreed that it could have been a triple threat. And I think there's probably still a way that it could have been, right? But I think at least now we know why it wasn't, because the goal of the match was to put the spotlight onto Baron and make Baron a bigger star than when he went in. Because, in all fairness, he's come back and this was his first match. So he's come back, and we haven't obviously really done a great deal with him because he's only been back a few weeks. But I mean, I thought he looked good in the match, actually. I didn't think he looked rusty or bad, or I didn't think it was an amazing match. My brain was not blown, you know? But for me, it was, I mean, you lot voted it as being like high-end good, low-end great. That's where you had it. And I think that's very, very fair. I think that's very, very fair. I think you could have gone like good 98. You could have gone great 45, something like that, right? So high-end good, low-end great. I suppose it depends how you feel about the new champ. And I like it. I think it blows that division wide open, with Johnny now able to go after a championship, with Elia being able to go after the championship. Carmelo can go after the championship. We've even got Nathan Frazier that can kind of go after it if we're not going to do anything with Fraxium, or Axiom can go after it, right? I mean, if Baron Corbin did open challenge, it would bang, because there's so many great opponents for a heel to face. So I think it's just blown that division open. So for me, I don't know what high-end good, low-end great translates to out of 10. It's got to be around that sort of 6, 7, 5 mark, I would say. So when I look on Cage Match and it's 3.76, I'm like, I don't agree with that at all. I think that's I don't agree with that at all. I don't know if I watched a different match, or if there was people that were just really down on Baron winning and Trick losing, or perhaps they felt Little Yachty was just getting way too involved, and I don't know. I didn't feel that way. I was worried about that match, and actually I thought it delivered. I thought that it did a decent job of keeping the momentum going. But to be honest, we were still riding a wave of euphoria, because that was the match that followed the Kevin Owens return and victory. So we were still like loving it. So, again, though, this is what I say. We went into that second match with loads of good vibes, loads of enthusiasm, loads of excitement, loads of like, oh my God, this is so good. We didn't go in with glass half full mentality. We went glass over brimming mentality. Perhaps that shaped how I viewed the match. I don't know. The only thing I can tell you is I'm always honest about what I see. I have no reason to lie, right? I'm not sponsored by WWE, right? Or anything like this. I have no connection with them, right? I know occasionally they might use a reaction clip. They never ask. Not that they need to, but they never ask. I never have any knowledge that it's going to happen, right? There's never any payment or anything like that, right? If anyone wondered, right? I never know about any of that stuff. So, and I couldn't care less if they never used a reaction clip of mine ever again. I could not give a flip. I absolutely do not care about that at all. So I have no reason, absolutely no reason to sit here and tell you something was good if it wasn't good. But when I look and see that you lot voted, 41% said it was great, 10% said it was all time, over 50% of people that joined us on the stream said it was either great or all time. And then I look on Cage Match and it's at 376. I'm like, someone's not vibing here. Someone's not connecting here. Someone's wrong. I don't know what it is. Why did we watch something that seemingly was so different to what the people on Cage Match have seen? And you do get the odd match that's different. And, at the moment, I've just got to put it down to that. So, I mean, you do get a differing opinions. That's fine. But no way did that match strike me as a 3.76. No way. No way. I wouldn't say it was a classic. I wouldn't say it's like go out your way to watch it. But I wouldn't say it was a bad match. I wouldn't say it was a bad match. Actually, I thought Baron Corbin looked good considering it was his first match back. Perhaps I just really enjoyed Little Yachty getting planted on the floor. And I was quite pleased the table didn't break his fall. I mean, there's a whole mark there, to be honest. Seeing him splatter on the floor was like, that's one of the most satisfying moments of the weekend. So, I don't know. I stopped watching SmackDown because of Gunther, said Eddie. Okay. I think that's a shame. I think he's a great professional wrestler. I think he's a heel that's meant to get heat. I think he's quite old school with his wrestling, but I think that he's very good at kind of leading the dance. I thought his match with Nick Aldis was very good. I think that he led that match as he needed to. Nick Aldis has been out the ring for 3 years, so obviously the bulk of the beginning was very Gunther in control heavy, which you got to have expected that. For me, if I was to criticize the match, I would say that just as Nick Aldis started coming back, like getting on the cloverleaf and everything, it's not long after that it ends. And I needed them few extra minutes. Like, that's a match that I'm like 7 out of 10, 6, 7, 5. We could have been getting high-end 7s, low-end greats with just 3 more minutes, 4 more minutes. It's like you spent a bit of time knocking on the door, yeah, to try and find which one is the right house. And just as you found the right house and opened the door and started to walk in, the match ended. When I would have liked to have seen them walk in, have a look around, make themselves a cup of tea, put the TV on, have a chat with the people inside, you know? They needed that little bit more time. That little bit more time. But other than that, I thought it was a really good performance from both guys. And yeah, I think I can understand if you're not a fan of Gunther. There's people in our community that aren't fans of Gunther. But I do think he's a throwback. I think he's one of the best pure heels that we've got. You're not meant to really care about his moveset. You're not meant to fall in love with what he does. He chops people, puts them in sleeper holds, but he works at a decent pace. Like, he can slow it down, and that allows the babyface to speed it back up. You know, his actual psychology in there is very good. Love his clotheslines. Love his ugly-looking drop kick off the top rope. I don't know why. I don't know if I don't know if he's had an interview with Chris Van Vliet, but one of the questions would be, when you do a drop kick off the top, why do you land on your back? Most people, when they do drop kicks, turn on their side and do a drop kick. He like a tortoise that's still got their shell on and it's a bit heavy. He kind of like drop kicks like that, and kind of like, perhaps it's better for your back. Perhaps it's a better bump to take. And, kind of if you do it a different way, like perhaps the impact's not as good. I don't know. I'd love to get the answer on that. Or perhaps it's just like an old school way of doing a drop kick off the top and he loves the retro approach. I'm not sure. But that would be a fun question. Hey, your drop kicks off the top. Can you just talk me through those? Namank said, what time did you sleep and what is your routine like? Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Like, resting is really important. I'm never going to come on here and act like Joey Big Balls and be like, sleep, I don't need sleep and all that. No, I do. I do. Otherwise, this ain't happening. So, my schedule, I'm basically 12 hours out in the UK. So if it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, it's like 1 at lunchtime for me. So by the time we're getting to, say, 10 in the morning UK time, or 11 or 12, normally it's about 12, which, in my world is like midnight. That's when I'm going to bed. And then I'm getting up around about 7 p.m., which is basically like 7 a.m., right? So I am literally 12 hours out. My clock is the complete opposite to how it actually is here. So right now in the UK, it's 11:26 at night. For me, this is 11:26 in the morning, coming up to lunchtime for me now. So when the streams were starting yesterday at... What time were we starting the streams? About 5:10. So that was like me, UK time. That was like me starting at 5:10 in the morning. So I was basically starting really early. And so I was staying up till about midnight my time, my clock, which was about, lunchtime earlier today. So basically yesterday I was doing like 5 in the morning till midnight type stuff. On Saturday, I did like 5 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. That allowed me to get about 6 hours sleep. So that was okay. That was all right. I mean, it's not like I'm having to live on 3 hours. So 6 hours, I mean, I know many of you get that or less. So, I mean, that's nothing, is it? So 6 hours I probably got on Saturday night going into Sunday. And then, I started the stream not long after getting up. And so then we just went like, straight through till we finished. Then we did the breakdown. Then we did the opinions video. Then I made sure that there was a few reaction clips that I probably could have done some more of those, to be honest, but I'm not going to beat myself up about that. The priority is always the streams and what we do here now. This is the number one priority. And anything other than this, so breakdown videos, opinion videos, reactions, unseens, anything else is secondary to these streams. This is the number one priority. It always has been. And in my mind always will be as well. So this is why, once these get done, I do all the other stuff, but this is the focus. This is the priority. So yeah, it's I'm about 12 hours out. My schedule's fine. No complaints from me. No complaints. I would be struggling if I only was getting 2-3 hours every night. I'm not sure I'd be able to do this. If I was getting 2-3 hours, I'm pretty rubbish without like having some decent sleep. So, there's probably not much room for like playing video games and stuff like that. I mean, this is why I don't get a chance to like watch TV shows or play video games or watch movies or things like that. But what I'll do is I'll throw up some YouTube stuff in the background whilst I'm editing thumbnails or I'm editing videos or whatever it might be. And so, I kind of keep up with news and stuff that way. I watch a lot of news, actually, just so that I know what's going on in the world. So I've got some idea about what's happening. So I'm not just completely out the loop. So I watch like, a little bit of news channels, catch up with like, a few other bits. I do like I'm going through a Nintendo 64 phase right now. I don't have one, and I'm not playing one, but I think my brother had one. And so I did grow up playing GoldenEye and Mario Kart and Mario 64. And beyond that, I haven't played anything else. So I don't know why. Who knows why these things happen? Maybe I just went down a wormhole. But yeah, I'm sort of looking at, like, I didn't realize that Perfect Dark was made by the same people that made GoldenEye. And actually, if you love GoldenEye, the Perfect Dark game is apparently meant to be sort of the sequel. It's obviously not James Bond, but it's got it's the same mechanics leveled up. And so it's by the same studio. And I've never played Perfect Dark. I love GoldenEye, and I've never played Perfect Dark. So it's like, well, I don't want to die without having that experience. And I didn't know as well, there was a second James Bond game that came out on Nintendo 64, which was made by a different company, but is still apparently very, very good. It's not GoldenEye, but if you don't compare it to GoldenEye, it's actually a really, really great James Bond game. What was it called? Tomorrow Never Dies, I think, is what it's called. I think it's named after the film. So those two games are two games I've never played that I'm really interested in. And I've never actually completed Super Mario 64. I have completed GoldenEye, and I have obviously played loads of Mario Kart. But then you start looking at, like, Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and you start looking at, like, some of the other games on the Nintendo 64, and you start going, wow, I could probably spend some time having a lot of fun with the Nintendo 64. So a lot of nostalgia for me there. A lot of nostalgia with playing GoldenEye and loving it, and Mario 64 and loving it. So, yeah, if you wondered what I sort of did in my spare time, I don't really get a chance to sit here and just watch videos, but I do kind of go onto YouTube and watch a lot of news. And at the moment, I'm going through a 64 phase where I'm just watching people talking about various games from the past. I'm trying to see if there's enough there for me to maybe get a 64 off eBay or something. And if, would I get the money out of that? Not that I would play it. I ain't got time to play it. But at least I'd have it. It'd scratch that itch, And I could get Perfect Dark, and I'd get GoldenEye again, of course. But I could get that other Bond game and, have those experiences, which I think I'd really like to do. And actually, I could get No Mercy as well. Did you know, just to bring it back to wrestling, because I'm sure you're bored, did you know that there is a Legends of Wrestling hack update that has dropped for Nintendo 64? So it's basically, they use No Mercy as the foundation. And what they've done is they've added all these golden era characters that are not in No Mercy, right? So you've got like Warrior and Hogan and Andre and $1 Million Man. And, the roster is stacked. It's all like late 80s, mid-late 80s going into early 90s. It's a massive stack roster. They've added loads of extra arenas and championships that were missing. And it's just like, if you love that period of WWE, like, the mid-80s, late 80s, there is this ROM hack that's out there that levels up No Mercy. Kind of, I don't know if you can just play it as a standalone game or if you need No Mercy and it sort of builds on it. But I mean, when I've been doing my 64 deep dive, I've come across that, and I'm like, oh my god, well, I need to play that, don't I? I need to play that. And then you start getting into things like Summer Kart, which is apparently a 64 cartridge that you put in, and it allows you to put SD cards in. And you can then play all the 64 games, and you could then put this hack onto that so that you could play it through an N64. I'll leave it there with the 64 stuff, but these are things I've learned, yeah? And now you know about them as well. Daniel Winston said, what is the lineup for tonight? We don't know. There isn't one. WWE, whenever we come out of these big PLEs, always like to have that sort of mystery vibe. So we never actually know what we're going to be getting. So there's a few rumors that are out there about a Jacob match that Connor was mentioning earlier. So Jacob might be in action, but no, we know we got Big Cass And I'm sure we're going to be hearing from Roman and Seth and Liv and Iyo and Oba. So I'm sure we're going to have all of that, but there is no lineup for the show tonight. You basically sleep in the day, but then you're awake at night. Yeah, UK-wise, yes. I do that as well because WWE starts at 5:30 here in India, and I live alone, so I don't have much else to do. Naman, shout out to you, my friends. My parents were in India earlier this year, and they actually managed to pick up tickets to the Cricket World Cup semi-final, which was mental because my parents have never really been big cricket fans, but they always enjoy watching it on when it's on TV and if it's England. And just by chance, it was India versus England, and they managed to get tickets to go to that game, and they got shown on TV as well, which was awesome. So a really good match as well. India won, and they won by, I think it was 7 runs in the end, which is really, really close. So, brilliant. Yeah, they had a great time. Really good. So they love going over to, I've never been actually, but my parents go, not regular. I mean, it's not cheap, but it is one of the destinations they absolutely love going to. So yeah, very, very cool. So yeah, Naman, you and me, we're in a similar boat, my friend, where our body clocks are all a bit messed up, but, you know, it's great. There is something really special actually, and I think it's a feeling that I had when I was quite young. I think we all probably have it when you sort of stay up at night throughout the night and you sort of know everyone else is in bed and you're the only one. Oh, of course you're not, because I mean, there's like people at hospitals and wherever, right, that are also awake. But I mean, the street is quiet, the house is quiet. Do you know what I mean? You sort of feel like you're doing something you shouldn't really be doing, you know, staying up at night. And like, I don't know, that feeling never quite leaves you. So, you know, being up chatting with you guys and it being like 2 a.m, 3 a.m, like, it's pretty fun. I kind of, it works for me, you know. The only thing that doesn't work is it's a nightmare when it comes to like actually going up and meeting up with friends. I've had people hit me up that are being like, you know, do you want to go for a drink, whatever. But I mean, because I'm like 12 hours out, if I get up at 6 p.m, which is like 6 a.m, to go and meet them, I sort of have to go drinking like about an hour after I wake up, which I can do, but it is strange. It is strange. I mean, I'm not an alcoholic, so it is weird to sort of go to a pub, catch up with a friend at like 7, 8 o'clock at night and just go straight drinking. And they're like, well, so what time did you get? Oh, I've been up about an hour. You just don't, do you know what I mean? I kind of wake up and I'm like, orange juice, maybe some cereal. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe a coffee. It's a bit weird to go to the pub and start drinking beers and having shots and stuff like that. So, yeah, some of it is really strange. So, but, you know, as I said, by and large, it works. The schedule's great. Wrestling games have become quite repetitive, but they were fun at first, said Dynasty. Yeah, I mean, No Mercy is a game that I did play, but I don't think I owned it because, I mean, my brother had a 64 and it was only in his room, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily buy a game to play it on his system. I had a PlayStation, so I just focused on that. So, I mean, I have played No Mercy. I can't remember where or when, but it was, I don't know that it's a game that I have really fully explored. I mean, it's a game that I've played and loved and been like, you know, I mean, this is amazing, this is awesome. But it's not a game that I ever owned because I never had a 64, even though annoyingly my brother did and I could have had the game and I'm, you know, could have played it. So that's another reason really why I'm like, do I need to get a 64? Do I need a 64 so that I can try Perfect Dark? I can try the Bond game I've never played. I can get No Mercy. I can then download that hack ROM thing that's all the golden era. That's like a fan-made thing, but apparently it's incredible. When you hear fan-made, you kind of think, not sure, you know? But if you think about some of the amazing work people do in, like, you know, creating wrestlers in, you know, the creation suites, and how great they can be, like even better than the ones in the actual game. This looks like that. This looks, I mean, obviously it's very blocky because it's Nintendo 64, but it doesn't look like anything that you go, oh, they've botched that. It just looks like the character should look, and it's got the music and the arenas look amazing. I mean, it just looks as good as if someone had made it for real, if it had been an official product. So I really do want to get my hands on that as well. So yeah, I think I'm a big nostalgia guy. I mean, obviously there's new games with better graphics and everything now, but I think I just get a bit daunted by today's games because, as I've said before, I don't have hours and hours and hours to put into a game. So something like an Elden Ring just ain't working for me. I can't do that. I can't do that. But what I can do is pick up, play an hour or two, put it back down, come back the next day, hour or two. I might be able to do that. And I think the 64 is going to allow me to do that and for me to be feeling that I'm making progress rather than a flipping game that takes 100 odd hours and it's going to take me a couple of months to try and get through it, 3 months to get through it, you know? And I don't want a game to feel like another job. Do you know what I mean? Where you got to do all these tasks and jobs and it's like, blimey hell, I got enough going on in my own life. I don't need all this. You know? What do you mean? I've got to go and clean the car? Jesus. I don't want to. Yeah. So that's why I don't think Grand Theft Auto is going to be for me. AB said N64 No Mercy is goated. It is peak wrestling gaming, and they just still can't touch that era. Z-Way said modded WWE modern game arenas look so much better. I can believe that. A lot of the content creation stuff in the games looks so impressive. I mean, there's that status guy, isn't there, that I've seen? What's the status on X? And I believe he is very popular because of the creations he comes up with. I've even heard, though, that they've made it harder for him to put his work on there. I don't even know what's happening now. Haven't seen his stuff in a long time, but I know going back a couple of years ago, he was known for doing that. And some of the images he was sharing were incredible of the work that he was doing. RTX said, would we say that Hell in a Cell under-delivered due to WWE overhyping and promoting it? I would say that it delivered, but it did not over-deliver. I think a lot like... I think night one was guilty of this. I think night one, for me, you see, this is where I struggle with Cage Match with the rating, because Cage Match scored night one like a 6.3 or something, and I went 7.5. And I said, yeah, that's about in line, actually, because normally I'll score a Raw a 5 or a 6, maybe a 7. And I normally find Cage Match is about a point behind me, right? And that's fine. I'm used to that now, right? I get that that's how it's going to be, right? I'm going to feel this, Cage Match is going to feel that. And when you kind of see that on a regular basis, you kind of go, yeah, okay, that's good. I feel like the world is making sense. I feel it's this, they think it's that. We always have that point of difference, right? So I think the problem with night one is that night one delivers, but it does not do anything more than that. It delivers to a standard but it does not go beyond it. You know, the matches are good, but it leaves you wanting more. That's what I would say with a lot of the matches. You know, Nick Aldis Gunther was good. I enjoyed it, but I needed that bit more for it to be a really significant match. You know, it's a 6-7-5-7 with the potential to get knocking on a door to an 8, but it needed that bit more to get there. So for me, there was a lot that I took from night one. I love the tombstone on the exposed boards. I love the two of them chucking each other around on the outside of the ring. I love the use of the weapons. That was something that we said we wanted. And we get chairs, we get stairs, we get, like, you know, different weapons being used. They do throw each other into the cell as well. So they do use the cell. It's not like they never use it at all. There is some moments where I remember Brock going through a table, going into the cell. And I remember there being like, some use of the cell. Did they use it enough? No. That was one of the big criticisms that we heard in the opinions video. They didn't use it enough, right? And was there blood? No, there wasn't. And that was something we were looking for. So I understand that the perception is that it under-delivered compared to what was being looked for. And I can see where the argument would be for that. For me, I thought that this was the best of their matches. I thought it was better than the Mania match, better than their second match. I thought that it was a good contest between the two of them. I enjoyed it whilst I was watching it. I didn't have really any problems with the match until it ended. And then you go, oh, I thought we were just getting where we needed to get to. Exposing the floorboards, tombstone, kick out, give me a little bit more, 5 minutes. Give me some bloods. Maybe chuck each other into the cage or grind each other's face. I never thought they were going to climb up the cage. I never thought they'd climb up the cell. There was a chance they could, but if you look at the history of Hell in a Cell, we rarely do it these days, actually. I mean, we didn't do it with Punk and Drew. They didn't go outside and climb up. I don't believe we did it with Edge and Finn when they competed at WrestleMania. So I think if anyone's got the notion or the idea that when it comes to Hell in a Cell, we always go on the top of the cell or something, or we always use the cell to jump off, that's not true. We don't. The cell is locking everyone out and locking you in. And it's, yes, you can still use it, grind people's faces into it. You can still chuck people into the side of it. You can still have people trapped against it with kendo sticks. But it's not like I'm marking this down because they didn't go to the top of it. Like, we don't, that's not normal. That's not something we do all the time in Hell in a Cell. It's an option, but it's not an option we always take or always need to take. It's not like they have to climb up the side and then jump off and land on someone on a commentary table, right? I think if that was your expectation, I think you probably was always going to be disappointed. When I talk about using the cell, I mean people being thrown into it, their faces being like, grinded against it, them being like trapped in the corner by kendo sticks so that you can like hit them with stuff and they can't really get out. Like, you're using the cell in that capacity. There was a little bit of that in there. We could have done more. We did use weapons. We did expose the floorboards. We got the Undertaker callback spots. For me, it's the best match I've seen between these two. It gets a passing grades. I enjoyed it. Just like the Nick Aldis match, I needed more. I needed longer. And that's why, for me, I ain't down about it. I ain't moaning about it. It ain't a problem. But, again, you're going to have people that take that other angle, which is, we didn't get blood. They didn't jump off the top of it. We could have used, the match could have gone another 10 minutes, and people will go and look at it that way. So it's perspective, innit? I expected a 15-minute match. 15 plus is what I was looking for. When people ask me, what do you want from it? I said, I want it to go 15. I think it should be the main event. It should go 15. We should have blood. We should have weapons. We should have violence. It went 11:40. We didn't get bloods. We did use weapons. There was violence. They did use the cage. Could have used it more. I think it's in the neighborhoods. I can't say that it was a disaster or it was bad. I think it's in the neighborhoods. I don't think it didn't get where it needed to get to be a classic or a banger or something along those lines, But I like it. I still like it. I still think one of the moments of the weekend is the tombstone spot. Brock ripping up the floorboards and the tomb. I love that spot. I popped big for that spot. I love that spot. And I love what was it Mr. Unfamiliar said. And I mentioned it in the breakdown, but I get they were an hour long, so you might not have heard it. But Brock was put over by Undertaker by ending the streak, right? Whoever ended the streak was always going to get a boost. You can debate all you want if he got a big boost or not, right? You can debate till the cows come home. He got a boost. It might have been a little boost. It might have been a medium boost. It might have been a massive boost. He got a boost, right? Because they kept banging on about how he was the one behind 21-1, and they kept banging on about that, banging on about this was the person to end the streak, and they dined out on that for years and years and years, right? It was a big accomplishment. It was a big moment, one of the biggest moments in the history of WWE, and he got a boost from it, right? He then has carried on for 12 years, main event in WrestleMania. I mean, don't forget, he main events WrestleMania 1, he main events WrestleMania 34, he main events WrestleMania 38. So he does main event WrestleManias after that point. He does go on to have multiple championship reigns. And, you know, he is the beast and a big attraction and a needle mover and a ticket seller and a merch seller. He is, like, you know, someone that is one of the big stars of this era. And, you know, he's done that since, you know, beating the streak. He did it before as well, of course, notably in his first run, but certainly in the 12 years since he ended the streak. So if he has just passed the torch, then what a lovely moment for him to just sort of thank and acknowledge, because it was an acknowledgement, a thank you, a mention to Undertaker, who put Brock over, right, or gave him that streak winner, right? I mean, a massive moment. And for him to sort of acknowledge that before then passing it on to Oba. You know, Undertaker did this for me. And I know the argument's going to be Brock was already over anyway. I understand what you're saying. But he did get a boost. It was significant when he ended the streak, right? So for that moment, for him to tombstone and for it to be an acknowledgement to Undertaker, he, you know, thank you. I'll never forget what you did for me, right? You gave me the torch. And then that torch now is about to be passed because it is literally, I think, like the move after, fall from grace, Brock loses. So I think if you view that ending sequence that way, it gives the match actually a bit more meaning. It gives the finish a bit more depth. And I really love that. I think that's really great. As someone that was, you know, in a pub watching the end of the streak, to think that 12 years later, here we are, and, you know, we've kind of called back to that moment. In fact, 2014 was a key year, wasn't it? I mean, in the main event of night one, we're sort of doing a tombstone and talking about WrestleMania 30, which was 2014. And then in the main event of night two, we're very heavily focused on the Shield split and the chair and everything, which guess what year that was? Yeah. 2014, man. It's a goated year. It's a goated year in WWE. There's a lot of stuff that goes down. So last night basically was a tribute to the year 2014. This weekend we paid tribute to 2014. So yeah, it was. Did it under? This is why, like, the word under-deliver obviously has got those negative connotations. It sort of feels like, you know, it fell short. When I don't know that I wanna say it fell short. I think I want to say that it delivered, but it could have gone further. It could have done more. It could have ticked some more boxes. And there was boxes we were looking for to be ticked that didn't quite get ticked. So I think that's the way I would look at it and the way that I would word it, right? Daze, would we like to see Baron Corbin having a great run with the US title? Yeah, and I think he will. Because I think there's a lot of great options for him. I Smoke Alone said, my WWE 2K is modded for a console game. It's ridiculous. I've got so many realistic created people. So when I play it, I've got lots of options. That's great. I mean, I think, I mean, like, you can have your whole universe in there. I mean, you could have wrestlers, can't you, from all the different eras. You could have pretty much every wrestler ever. I'm sure they're all pretty much on there, or if not, you've got the ability to make them. And failing that, you could even go to AI, couldn't you? And ask AI, what's the best way I could make this person or that person? And it could maybe give you the settings, and you could start churning out Bastion Boogers and whatnot, Friar Fergusons, Max Moons. So Max Moon's probably on there though. But yeah, yeah, brilliant. I could see that being really fun, just having this whole. I mean, eventually, I mean, we're probably there now, but I mean, we're going to get to the point, aren't we, where you could have every wrestler ever, every arena ever, every championship ever, the ability to be a GM and book whatever show you want using whoever you want, the ability to, you know, book a whole thing out. I suppose you could do that now, maybe. I mean, I think the graphics are pretty good, although every time I see the adverts, I always still feel like the hair's not quite right, or, you know, it still doesn't look like it's quite there. It's starting to knock on the door. That's certainly a lot better than the N64, which is like this, you know. But, yeah, oh God, the young me would have their mind blown, let me tell you. When you got a video game for the Mega Drive or something, it had like 20 wrestlers in it, and if you had that, you felt like you'd hit the bullseye. I mean, there was a lot of games where it was like 5 and whatever that you choose from. Normally like Hogan, Warrior, Undertaker, you know, maybe a Ric Flair, maybe a Mr. Perfect or a Bret Hart or something like that, you know, and you'd be like, or a Macho. Macho was normally in there. Macho would be one, definitely. And you'd kind of go and you'd be like, I've kind of used them all. And so, but like Mega Drive, I think like Royal Rumble, you had about 20 to choose from. And it was like, oh my God, you're spoiling me, Mr. Darcy. Oh. Now it's like flipping hundreds in it. Now it like takes an hour to go through the roster reveal. And then, as you said, you got the creative suite to go even further. Naman said, I'm 17 and my mum and dad got divorced. It's hit me hard. They've got divorced like 5 years ago when I was only 12. Somehow I survived that and I'm grateful to God, says Naman. Well, Naman, shout out to you, my friends. I mean, that's incredible. The fact that you were able to kind of come through that. I mean, you're still a young man, of course, at the age of 17. But I'd imagine you're very mature, very advanced for your years if you've been through that kind of hardship. And the fact that you've weathered that, come through that, I hope you're in a good place, buds. And, you know, you'll have a strength that a lot of other people won't have, because I think you do find a lot of strength with the various adversity that you have to try and battle and overcome, you know. If life's comfortable, then you can become comfortable. If life's hard and it kind of, you know, makes you work, it makes you, you know, tougher, makes you stronger. So I don't want to say you'll be better for it, because that's obviously not the right thing to be saying, but I think there is a lot of positive, a lot of light that you can take from having to overcome such adversity. So, the man, shout out to you, my friends. Nothing but respect. Jeremy said, do we think that we see Roman Oba at WrestleMania next year? I would think so. I'd say that's probably more of a likely match that we get over The Rock coming back. Yes, I would think so. Eric said, I wish WWE would make a new version of No Mercy. I think it's hard, isn't it? Because, like, I don't know the differences in gameplay, so it's hard for me to say what those differences are. Like, what is it about the current game that's not, like, you know, similar to the old No Mercy style? So it's hard to know what's different. But, I mean, roster now, you can have pretty much anyone you want. Arenas now, you can have pretty much anyone you want. I mean, I don't know if nostalgia doesn't play a big part, or if it is the actual mechanics of the game. But, I mean, I know that AEW set themselves the target of making a game that was very much based around the No Mercy mechanics. And I know they spent ages and ages and ages developing that game, and like Kenny Omega was like not standing for it, you know. If they wanted to put the product out and it just wasn't good enough, he would push back. No, this isn't good enough. So I mean, you've had like a passion project with that AEW Fight Forever game. It's been a passion project, something that I think the true gamers, I think Kenny Omega is a true gamer that really cares. He said he was basing it on No Mercy. And yet the reviews for that have not been great. So I don't know. Is it just hard to recapture that magic? Is it the mechanics, or is it the nostalgia around it? I don't know. to be honest, I'd like to. I'm really leaning towards getting a 64 and getting No Mercy and digging into it again and seeing how it feels. Because maybe there is a lot of nostalgia that's involved. Perhaps it's not something you can recreate. Or maybe it is the mechanics and for some reason they just can't nail it. But I mean, if they managed to get it right in the mid to late 90s, you'd like to think that they could easily figure out how to get it right now in the 2020s, you know? And with so many platforms as well to release a game like that on digitally, I mean, you can work on a game like that and because you've already got No Mercy as the template, it really shouldn't be hard to play No Mercy. Look at the mechanics. Look at how it works. Replicate that and modernize it. Make a bigger... Like, do you know what I mean? Improve the graphics. Keep the mechanics. Increase the roster. I mean, that to me does not strike me as like you're having to make Grand Theft Auto. I mean, this to me should be like a $20 game. It doesn't need loads of bells and whistles. Just make the core mechanics really fun. Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, greater minds than me would be able to tell you why that is not possible. But I know that the AEW project was kind of built around No Mercy, and the reviews of that weren't great. AEW Fight Forever is double A, said Destin. Double AA. I don't know what that means. I don't think that's a review. Does that stand for like double animal anus or something? Yeah, I've seen like a lot of criticism around that AEW game, and I saw the reviews when it came out they were all right. It's like 7s and whatever. But it's not regard. No one's going to be talking about AEW Fight Forever as this generation's No Mercy. You know, so yeah, I don't know what the barrier is there, but as I said, I'm not a big gamer, so it's not a conversation that I can really get into. Although JMB has said Fight Forever is absolutely rotten. Frankie said, for me, it was SmackDown. Shut Your Mouth. Raw was so good. You could do crazy stuff backstage. Everything was just so fun. I think I did play that. Again, it's hard to sort of remember all the different games because I have had quite a few over the years. The one that really always comes to my mind is SmackDown versus Raw 08. And there is absolutely no reason for that game to stand out above anything else, apart from I put time into it. I had just come out of a relationship, and so I think I broke up with her around about the May time, whatever, and I did end up getting into another relationship about August or so that year. And so there was a good few months there where I was like on my own single, and it wasn't like now where I'm constantly working. I mean, now, I struggle to find the time to blink. So, but back then, you know, I'd finish work, and when I'd get home, I'd have the rest of the evening to myself. Do you know what I mean? It really, the question is, are you going to watch a film? Are you going to watch a TV show? What do you want to do? You know? And so I really put time into SmackDown versus Raw 08. I put a lot of time into it, and I really, really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. SmackDown versus Raw, I think it was versus ECW as well. I'm pretty sure that it was the 3 brands, and it had the roster involving everyone from those 3 brands. And I mean, the roster at that time was really good. And I don't know, it had a GM mode. I think it was one of the last games for a long time to have a GM mode. But I mean, you could book the show out and everything. It was so good. I wouldn't say like you got to find that game, right? I wouldn't say go and find it and play it and you know, you'll love it like I did. It's not No Mercy, but I think it just comes down to how much time you put in it. The more you invest, the more you're going to get out. So I think with a lot of the games, you know, could have been 07, could have been 06. If I'd have put the time into those, that probably would be the ones that stick out to me. But that is the one that always comes to my mind, but it's not for any reason. So yeah, I can't quite remember the various different ones, but that's obviously one that gets mentioned a lot. That SmackDown, Shut Your Mouth, I think it was. That gets mentioned a lot when you've got those kind of countdowns of the best wrestling games. GMO said Solo should do his own comedy show. Do you know what? Solo is someone that is coming out of this weekend, and certainly with Monday last week as well, he is someone that for me has just had one of the biggest weeks in WWE for any of the superstars. There's 3 things that have happened within the space of 7 days that have absolutely reframed the way I think of Solo. The first one was the Pew Pew when he came out and was talking with the Usos last week on Raw. That moment was, I mean, it was a really fun moment, but it sort of went viral. I mean, I didn't actually realize how big of a moment that had become. It landed with us. We laughed and joked about it at the time, but I didn't realize that, like, the fan base had lost its mind over it to the extent that it had, to the point where at SummerSlam there were Pew Pew signs. People were holding up signs that said Pew Pew, right? I mean, it absolutely landed a bit like Yeet type situation, right? You've got those early flickers of something right now. I won't be shocked if he keeps doing the Pew Pew. Because there's summit there, believe it or not, right? There's summit there. So that was the first thing that happened. Second thing that happened was that at SummerSlam, he came out and did the Pew Pew thing in the entranceway, but also the running it back. And they actually played the track during the match. So he ran it back. That was one of the other great moments from night 1. You know, we talk about the tombstone moment, but that Solo moment of him running it back and, you know, goofing around, that was fantastic. I thought that was hilarious. And it didn't feel out of place, actually. It sort of felt like he had a moment where he could do it, and he did it, and it was funny. If Jay had done it, it would have been annoying, because Jay has done it before during matches and whatever, and it's like, just carry on with the match, Jay. But with Solo doing it, I wouldn't have him doing it in matches all the time. That for me would be a one-off, and he got the result. You know, you did Summer, it was brilliant, we move on, right? But that landed. People loved that moment as well. And then the third moment was I actually saw footage of him doing a meet and greet at the SummerSlam Super store, and fans were meeting him, and he was doing this kind of stuff, right? Posing away, right? And he was leaning into it. So, you know, he was in his suit and everything, and he was calling people over, and he was like, how you doing? He was like, what you wearing that for? And he was interacting with the fans, you know, in a real babyface way. And he was interacting with the fans, having, like, you know, a laugh with them and everything. And he was like, come on, let's do the Pew Pew. Stand in. You know? And he was just, it was like he was living his best life. He was like a bird released. He was like a man unchained, freed from the prison that was, you know, the MFTs. He really is just living his best life right now. So I think the Pew Pew thing last week, the running it back during SummerSlam, the fun banter interacting with the crowd that just made for a really fun clip that was doing the rounds on social media. I can't wait to see what he does next. His stock has risen so much for me. I mean, he's always had that little, you know, facial expression. He's always had that little goofiness about him, but I think it was a struggle when he was in the MFTs, because, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that they were feuding with the Wyatts, and that was just really not good stuff. You know, stealing of the lantern and everything. I mean, that's where we were. Solo stealing the lantern, and the lantern being passed back, and us being frustrated about the Wyatts not being used better. That's where we were. And then obviously now we've got to this year, and we've got to the MFT group splitting apart. And really, it's been since the MFT group has split for me. It's been since that group has ended and Solo's ventured on his own, and he's been sort of trying to convince Royce and LA Knight to join up with him, which has led us to SummerSlam. The whole thing's been quite recent that it's started to really land now that he's not in that group anymore. And really the cherry on top for me has been the past 7 days. Yeah, so I am really excited to see what's next for him and see where we go and see how he reacts and interacts backstage. And yeah, his mannerisms are so good. It's a bit like I can see him telling a joke, you know, that might not even be funny, but he could tell a joke and then he'll be like... I can imagine him telling that, right? Coming back with like a little witty retort, right? And then selling it like... And like just having their late night, and Roy's sort of looking at him going, is he all right? Is this guy okay? Is he all there? I think there's a lot of fun to be had with him. I think there's a lot of stuff you can do there. Yeah, I'm quite excited. Here's a question, said Connor. Why don't we not get the attendance announced? There was nothing to brag about, was there? I mean, the attendance was not good. They were in a stadium that could hold 70,000. And I think on the morning or of the late Friday, early Saturday, they'd done 37.5, knocking on the, or maybe 38,500 tickets sold. So, you know, the year before they'd done 50,000. By the time the bell rings, are they counting everyone in the building and getting a number to 40,000? Maybe. You count everyone, including those working behind the concession stands and everything, and maybe you get into like 40,000. But I don't know that that's a number that you necessarily are going to brag about for SummerSlam. Certainly when a quick Google search will tell you how many people that stadium can hold, which we know is over 70,000, 75,000, I think I saw. Last year they did 50,000. And this is where, you know, the chickens have come home to roost. I mean, I know that we're in quite a positive place at the moment. At least I feel like I am. And I felt that there was some green shoots as we headed to SummerSlam. And then for me, SummerSlam has landed, right? So, I mean, I'm in a pretty good place, honestly. I'm not going into tonight dreading it. I'm not, I know Raw has not been brilliant these past few weeks, but actually Raw in 2026 has been quite good. Certainly since WrestleMania. And I've said before, there's a new lead writer, which is that Alexandria, whatever her name is. And I think she's doing a good job. I'm going to credit her with doing a good job because it's been since I heard that she took over that role that I've seen that Raw has improved. Past couple of weeks, no, but we know last week was a go home, so forget last week. I judge tonight. I mean, we will anyway, but like, there are no excuses tonight. Tonight is a blank sheet of paper. Tonight should be great. Tonight should deliver. There should be moments. There should be great matches. There should be segments of importance. You can judge tonight. And if tonight underwhelms, underdelivers, if it bombs, no excuse. There's no excuse. So I know that last week was not great and the week before, but I think, 2 weeks ago was disappointing. No excuse for that. Last week was a go home. And I've got expectations for tonight. So, and I do think SmackDown's got a bit better. Again, last week was a go home. But I do think that's got a bit better. And I think now that Kevin's back, I think that that's only going to make things even... I mean, I can't wait. I can't wait to see Sammy continue to crash out. I can't wait to see Kevin and CM Punk start their builds. I mean, I can't wait to see what we're doing with Cody and Randy. I can't wait to see what they do with Chelsea. You know, she's got that belt now, but we know that Rhea is on the horizon. So, but how far away is that? Is it a few weeks? Is it a month? Is it a few months? I mean, can we get Chelsea some title defenses in there? I mean, I'm thinking we can. So I'm hoping we can. If I was booking, I would try my best to get a few in. I don't see her getting past Rhea. And that is the concern, is that at the moment, I'm not viewing this as being a significant, lengthy reign because I don't see her getting past Rhea. But we still don't know what's happening in September. I mean, really, September should be Crown Jewel. And to be honest with you, I don't think that she would be going into Crown Jewel as champion. I think Rhea would be going in as champion. So that says to me, if we do Crown Jewel, then you've got to get the belt. You know, you got to get Rhea back, and you got to do the match before then. But there's no word as to when that is. I think Chelsea could comfortably have the belt for August. Then I start to have some questions about after that. So what do you do? There's no PLE in August. We just did it. So what do we do for Chelsea? Does she defend a couple of times on SmackDown? I probably would look to do that. So I got questions around that. I got questions as to how they're booking it and what we do now. Because her winning the belt was always going to receive a positive reaction. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? Everyone loves Chelsea. Chelsea winning the belt's going to be part. The real problem was, what do you do now that she's got it? That's the question. And I'm interested to see them answer that question. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. I'm looking forward to Baron Corbin as well. And hopefully Carmelo comes out and steps up to him. I want to see some movement with Johnny as well, you know.
The post-PLE reset means zero excuses for a filler show. Alexandra Williams, heading up Raw Creative, has definitely given the Red brand a clearer direction, so hopefully they capitalized on that momentum tonight. As for Chelsea Green, giving her a run of title defenses on SmackDown to build her credibility before the inevitable Rhea Ripley clash is the smartest move. She thrives on television, and running through contenders gives her reign some meat before Rhea comes back to reclaim the throne.
That was AI listening to our chat. I don't know. I think I must have it like always turned on or something, so that when we're talking, it like interrupts. I don't really like that, to be honest. I don't know if you could hear that then. Anyway. So yeah, I'm excited. Cut a long story short, I'm looking forward to this week. I think both shows are going to be good. Netforce said, do you think they might do with Big Cass like what we talked about during Wrestle Feud, said Netforce Technologies. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest, with Big Cass. I think that, I think for me, as I said earlier, I think I'd run with him as a singles guy for a touch, and then I would bring Enzo in. I think the reason why I do that is because I'd just kick that Enzo can down the road. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, the fact that they've done a vignette of it being just Big Cass on his own makes me think it's just Big Cass on his own right now, and that the Enzo arrival does come further down the road. But equally, I don't think Enzo is going to be that far away. I mean, I can't ignore the rumor that they are going to use the two together. I can't ignore that. So I have to think that we're working our way towards that. But I don't hate Enzo going to NXT. I don't hate Enzo going down there and spending a bit of time down there, because I think NXT could benefit from that. But my concern with Big Cass is I don't think he's a brilliant talker. I don't think he's got great charisma. I think he does need to have that support. And I think that I got some questions about running Big Cass on his own. But if WWE have got a plan and there is a way that they think they can present him that's going to kind of connect him with the audience, maybe we do that for a little bit. And even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. We've got Enzo coming in, haven't we? So, yeah, there's a few different directions you can go with Big Cass. And I can't wait to see how he comes out tonight. But, yeah, how do we bring in Enzo? It's hard to talk about Big Cass and not talk about Enzo. James, I won't be around for NXT. I've got a hospital appointment. Well, I wish you the best, James. I don't think you're going to miss much in NXT. I can't remember what we're doing, to be honest, but obviously NXT is not going to get the boost from SummerSlam. Really, the SummerSlam vibes have bled into today, of course. Really, it's a SummerSlam weekend. And if you are like a diehard WWE fan, you just can't get enough. You need more WWE in your life. That is the great thing about tomorrow and NXT. It doesn't really connect to SummerSlam. Unless, obviously, we see some call-ups tonight. And maybe Lola comes up tonight. Or we see Tatum come up tonight. And then, of course, that will connect tomorrow, because there's going to be spaces on the roster that need filling. And we could see some movement. and maybe some new people coming into NXT, more likely coming up from Evolve. A PJ Vassar could be kind of interesting. But anyway, yeah, tomorrow we're back again. We'll be doing NXT. We do it every Tuesday. I think I might try and bring the breakdown back for NXT because, to be honest with you, I don't do anything else, right? It's not like I'm not doing the breakdown because I'm doing something else instead. So I think I've got the room to do it. So I might be looking to bring that breakdown back for tomorrow for NXT as well. So yeah, I might try that tomorrow. Might try that. We might even do opinion videos. I know that they don't get the same sort of attention, which is why I didn't do them, because they, people don't interact with them as much. But I don't know, maybe, hopefully we've had a bit of a boost this weekend of new people finding us. And hopefully, those people might be interested. I don't know. So yeah, we'll play it by ear. It never felt like it was really worth it before. I mean, it just didn't feel like it was getting much attention. But I don't know. I'm willing to give it a go again. I can't make any guarantees it will stick around, but I'm willing to give it a go again. So we might even do a breakdown tomorrow. So we are back tomorrow for a live stream anyway. And even if you want to talk just main roster stuff, I'm more than happy to do it. But yeah, James, no worries. We're here all the time. If you miss a stream, I'll see you on Friday for SmackDown, which is going to be a really fun show. I'm sure of that. Lucas said, I think he might come back because he's posted some of him crying, but that's when they were together. That was just my theory, said Lucas. Yeah, well, the rumours of Enzo coming back was actually doing the rounds before Big Cass. So it was Enzo we heard about first, and then we heard Big Cass was coming in, and then we heard they were going to be together as a tag team, and then we had a vignette and it was only Big Cass. So if you were a bit confused by this situation, welcome. I'm there as well. I'm also confused because I was under the impression they were going to be a tag team, but the vignette has not teased that. So we'll find out together, won't we? We'll find out together. We'll find out. We ain't got long to wait. Raw tonight starts in just 39 minutes. Big Time said, Daze, I find the term interim to be a dirty word because unless Chelsea beats Rhea, this will be viewed as a meaningless title. Even her Instagram captions have labelled it WWE Women's Champion. I don't know what you mean by that last bit. Yeah, I mean, I made my feelings clear on it. I don't really like to keep going over and repeating it because I'm aware that it's not a popular opinion. So, and it's not an opinion that I'm like passionately going to go to the death with, right? But I mean, I said before I would not have put the belt on Chelsea. And I know that's not popular because people love Chelsea. But I do think the first world title that she won should not have had the word interim in it. It should have been the legit proper championship. Because I do just worry that when she does win the proper championship, it won't be as big of a moment. I think we've traded that moment for this weekend. And I think that you're seeing people celebrating she deserves it and all that stuff when it is the interim belt. There is another champion that's just around. Rhea's still alive. She's still with us. She's going to come back. She's still the rightful champion. It's just she can't defend the belt at the moment. So we've had to find someone that can just be the active champion in the short term. I agree with you. It was unnecessary. It should have just been the women's championship. And if it had been the women's championship, I would have said, yeah, give it Chelsea. But I can't disagree. I think the word interim does diminish it. And for me, it means that she's champ, but she's not quite champ. It's not the same as being the champ, but she is the champ. And it's like, I would have waited just for this was her first one. So for me, just wait. I'm not asking you to wait long. Just wait. Just give us, just wait. Just wait. Let's get to the proper belt and then we'll put it on Chelsea. But I mean, people have kind of there's a lot of people online that don't care about that, and so that's great. Fine, that's fine. So for them, they're like, yeah, you know, it doesn't matter if it's interim or not. I'm just happy she's you know, got a world title. So fine, yeah, not what I would have done, but yeah, fine. So I don't disagree. Carl said maybe WWE has a version of the learning tree for Big Cass. I assume he'll be a heel. Needs someone to go up against Oba, Gable, Roman, but I don't think Cass is the answer. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, not a bad shout, actually. Not a bad shout. Bringing him in. I don't know about Roman. That feels a bit big. I mean, Big Cass never reached them heights when he was with us the first time. So, I mean, bringing him back now, he just feels mid-card. So he would need building to get to the Roman level. He'd need wins and momentum. But I like what you said about maybe having him go through Gable, you know, and having him go through the mid-cards. Oba. I mean, if he goes against Oba, he's losing, though, isn't he? So, yeah, I don't know. If you do that, though, then when do you bring Enzo in? Unless Enzo, as we said, comes in separately, maybe does a bit of stuff in NXT first, which I wouldn't be against. I wouldn't be against. Big Time said they didn't do this with Punk Cena in 2011. They just created a different belt. Then they crown an undisputed champion at SummerSlam. I mean, look, we went into SummerSlam saying, don't agree with them doing that. I think it's, you know, it should be for the women's title. Did it take away from the ladder match? No, not for me, because I knew going into SummerSlam that it was for the interim belt. I didn't agree with it, but I knew that's what it was. So did it take away from the match? No. I actually thought the match was pretty good. The Tiffany spot is one of the spots of the weekend. Do you remember when she went for that Hurricanrana? I think, was it on Lash? And Lash ends up like power bombing Tiffany onto the ladder. Tiffany goes hard, high and hard onto the ladder. And the cell, I don't know if it was a cell or if it was real, but she screams out in such a believable manner where she's like, I don't think I've heard her make that noise before, actually. It was like proper pain, screaming out in proper pain. It was a big spot. I thought it looked brilliant. I thought it was like, you know, that is no half measures. That spot, I'm going to say, I don't even think could have been done better unless the ladder was made of wood and the ladder broke. But how realistic is that? How realistic really is it? Normally when you see ladders break, you can see they're gimmicked and made of woods. Where the break is, you can see that it's woods. And like, I don't need that. In fact, actually, the fact that it was a proper ladder just makes it worse. Because it wasn't gimmicked. It was a proper ladder that she actually got smashed into. I mean, you could make the argument it's actually not pro wrestling. Because pro wrestling is about acting like you're hurting your opponent when you're actually not. I can't really see a way that you do that and it doesn't hurt. I can't see a way that you do that. She went hard into that ladder, mate. Honestly, it was an amazing moment. It was amazing. And I really like the Chelsea upside down moment. I love when it looked like Chelsea was going to win and B-Fab Michin came down. I thought that was brilliant. I love the fact that they wipe her out and she's just like upside down. And you can see like where it's going. You can see the others fighting around her. You can see that there's going to be that moment where they all wipe each other out and Chelsea will be left on her own. So even though you could see where it was heading, I still thought the way they executed it was really, really good. So no, the fact it was an interim title didn't take away my enjoyment from the match as I was watching the match. But yeah, it was a talking point, wasn't it, that we had as we were going into SummerSlam. Lucas said, I like that Corbin got the title. It's going to be someone for Carmelo to feud with. I agree with that. Yep. Shining Wizard said, why hire Big Cass? You know he's just going to demolish the buffet in catering. I don't know if he will, actually, because if you look at like the way we're using Corbin, You might argue the same with him, yet he's just been at SummerSlam and won the US title. And if you look at Rusev, he's actually been used on TV fairly consistently. You could make the argument, not in a brilliant way, but I don't think we've really brought Rusev back to be anything but some experience in the mid-card. And actually, Big Cass might be that. He might just be some experience in the mid-cards. He might just be a heel opponent for some people to just work with. And, how often do we say we need heels? We need heels. Where are the heels? We need heels. Why am I watching Penta versus Chad Gable? Why is this not Chad Gable against a heel? Why am I watching CM Punk against Cody? Why am I watching Roman versus Seth? And it's all babyface, 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 babyface. Where are the goddamn heels? Where are the heels? Why don't we have any heels? So, yeah, if we're bringing Big Cass in, I agree. Let's make him a heel. And I think he can then, start working with some of them baby faces. And that'd be good. That'd be really good. Because I do think we need some heels. So, I don't know that he will be sat in catering all that much. I think he will. Again, rotation means that people will always have a period in catering, and that should be expected. But is it going to be that he spends the majority of his time there? I don't know. I think there's enough baby faces that he could work with if they make him a heel. He's going to get a bit of a pop tonight, though, isn't he? So, and if he hangs around with Enzo ain't getting booed. So it's only going to be whilst he's on his own. So then it leads to the question of how quickly are we bringing Enzo in with Big Cass? Is Big Cass's future being a heel in the singles division, or is his future being with Enzo in the tag division? I don't know. Word Life Cena fan said, I just read that Brie has broken her scapula shoulder blade. It's going to be 3 to 6 weeks and about 6 months to regain full mobility. Wow. Let's go. I mean, ain't that sod's law? So, I think the plan was that at WrestleMania, we were going to do the Bellas winning the tag titles. And then we were going to get... So I don't think the Bellas have actually been tag champs, I don't think Brie and Nikki have ever been women's tag champs. And that does feel like a bit of an oversight. Like, you might not rate the Bellas, but I do think that they should have a run as tag champs. If ever two women were kind of really put on this planet to be women's tag champs, it's probably the twins, the Bella twins, right? Who would have won them if those belts had been around much earlier, right? So I think the plan was that we were going to put the belt on them, or the belts on them at WrestleMania, and then we couldn't because Nikki got injured. And so that's why we brought in Paige. Paige came in. Nikki's now got better. It's led to the 6-person tag at SummerSlam. It's led to the Bellas turning on Paige. We're about to do the Bellas now being a tag team. Well, and, they're probably going to take on Paige and a partner, maybe go after the tag titles, and then boom, Brie Bella gets injured at SummerSlam and seemingly now is out for months and months and months. That is sod's law, innit? Ain't that sod's law? And that's now changing plans, isn't it? I mean, whatever they had planned is now not out the window, but you've got to go a different direction. So, I mean, Nikki and Paige definitely feels like a match they're going to do. I think it would have been a tag, because I think it would have been Brie and Nikki against Paige, and then Paige would need a partner. You can still bring that partner in if it is AJ Lee or if you want to use someone else, but it just means you got to find another partner now for Nikki. But I've said before, I really don't mind if we use some young talent. I mean, I don't mind Blake being the partner of Nikki. I actually think that makes a lot of sense. I think they'd have a lot in common. I think they would get along. I think that they've both got similar interests, pampering themselves kind of a thing. They're both girly girls. And, I could see those two characters really hitting it off. And then, I don't know, who would align with Paige? Maybe Tatum. I could see Tatum teaming with Paige. Both of them are alternative, Both of them lean into the kind of darker, gothier side of things. And so Do we set up Nikki and Blake versus Paige and Tatum? Would that be a good way of mixing a couple of kind of legends with a couple of new emerging talent? I don't hate that. I'd be all right with that. I know that people clamoring for AJ Lee to come back, but as I said, I did speak about this yesterday. I don't know about like just focusing on legends. Like I don't know about Bellas versus Paige and AJ Lee. Like I sit on these streams all the time where people are telling me, why aren't we using this person? Why aren't we using that person? You know, and we keep talking about, well, you know, you got to wait your turn. There's rotation, you know, there's nothing for you creatively. I could understand those people turning around going, why are we doing Paige and AJ Lee against the Bellas in 2026? You know, why are we not trying to invest in some, you know, we're just drowning in talent that's coming out of NXT, some really great characters, you know, some really great performers that are struggling for TV time. And yet we've done this kind of weird legend only match or feud even. I don't know. It's 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other, isn't it? Because there'll be people that say they're legends and I enjoy, you know, watching them battling each other. They are each other's greatest rivals. Just like Seth and Roman are each other's greatest rivals. Like you're all right with Seth Roman, so why would you not be all right with Bellas versus Paige and AJ Lee? And you know, I mean, that would be a good argument. That would be a reasonable response. But I could also understand people being like, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. We've got to find a way of using Jordan. We've got to find a way of using Blake. We've got to find a way of using Kiana. I mean, Kiana with Nikki makes a lot of sense as well. I think, again, those characters, I could see there going for tea, going for lunch, you know, both of them quite entrepreneurial. I could see, you know, both of them like really, you know, like to dress sharp and look good, but they've got a girly side to them as well. Both Kiana and Nikki. Again, I could see those characters getting along, and they're both heels. I could see Blake and Nikki getting along. So, yeah, I think there's options to maybe mix it up and bring in some of those newer girls as well. So, I don't know. I don't know what we do, but bad news for Brie. I know that much. Looks like she's out of the equation for a good few months now. Days after last night, says Daniel, do we think there is a chance that The Rock Roman is gone? It's looking more likely that it's going to be Roman Oba. I don't think it's gone. I don't think it's gone. I think that Roman Oba is... Oh, wow. James, thank you. Wow, Nascimento of UFC has passed away. Oh my God, wow. He's only, 35? This morning, April 3rd, Nascimento was found unresponsive after suffering an apparent heart attack in his sleep. Despite the efforts of the responding medical team, he was pronounced deceased at the scene. Wow, that is crazy. Alan Nascimento, UFC fighter, only by the looks of it, 35 this year. So could have been 34. I don't know when his birthday is. 34, 35. Sadly has passed away due to heart attack in his sleep. Wow. James, thank you. Obviously, I'd not seen that news, but that's very sad news. Very, very sad news. I wonder if that'll get mentioned tonight because, of course, WWE is part of the TKO family, which is UFC, and you know that's a horrible, horrible loss. I mean, anyone obviously losing their life, we all go sometime, but yeah, I mean, anyone losing their life, and certainly at the age of, well, he was 34. Yeah. He was 34, so he hadn't had his birthday yet. When did he last fight? I don't know if it's got that information, to be honest. He'd been with UFC since 2021. His last fight was a split decision loss in June. June. So he was an active UFC fighter who only fought in June. And yeah, age of 34. Wow. Yeah, it might get mentioned that tonight because obviously WWE is part of the TKO family, isn't it? So, okay. I would love to see Iyo and Julia together. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Suzanne said, I don't think he's looking at responses in the chats. I've done a lot of looking. Daz said, your screen says post-show. Also, what next for Arey? Array? I don't know. I don't know who you mean by that. I don't know. I don't know who you mean. Is that maybe Ray Phoenix, maybe? I don't know. I mean, Ray Phoenix, if that's, or maybe Rey Mysterio. I mean, Rey Mysterio is GM, isn't he, on AAA? So Rey Mysterio is just going to be a bit part player. I don't expect him to really be pushing for world titles or anything. He can always go after a mid-card belt. He can always find himself being in a tag team. I think it's just a legend that's around that can be used whenever's needed. I don't think it's going to be anything like really more exciting than that. Right now, his daughter is starting to work at the Performance Center. So his daughter is actually getting into WWE. And we know there's AAA mixed tag titles. And he's been tag champ with his son. I can't see a world in which Ray does not want to get those mixed tag belts with his daughter. But I mean, that could be a year or two down the road. She's going to have to be of a certain standard in order to, start working. And I don't know that she's been putting that work in until now. So, yeah, I think that for me could be something he's holding on for. I think the bulk of his career is done. He'll just pick up some PLE matches, mid-card title opportunities, maybe a tag thing. I don't know that we'll do another faction, but I mean, he's been in like LWO and stuff. But I mean, he's doing that GM thing, isn't he? I think that is a focus, and he's doing the commentary, the English commentary for AAA. So I don't know if it was Ray that you was asking for, but when it comes to Rey Mysterio, I think he's in that legend part-time attraction role where I don't see anything really that deep coming for him unless he gets into something with Dom. But I think the Dom thing will probably be the last thing he does. I would imagine that'll be his final feud and match where, maybe he takes the mask off and gives it to Dominic. And, that's the retirement done. When that's coming, I don't know. I don't think he's going to want to retire before his daughter actually comes, gets called up, Sonny, shout out to you, says, join the Discord, peeps. Yeah, we do have a Discord. You can find a link to that in our description. So you can go over to that and chat away with the community. Daze, it's time for Bron Breakker to move away from the Vision. Well, he's still got a tag belt, hasn't he? He's still got a tag belt. So for me, he is not going to be moving on whilst they've got those titles. I think it's going to be interesting because I don't know if you saw that interview during the commercial break last week, but whilst Maxine and Theory were like snuggling up to each other, he was actually kind of pulling a bit of a sort of a face, right? Like, what the hell's this? How have I got myself into this sort of situation? Why is this where I am? So I think for him, he's going to be maybe building onto that frustration, and then eventually he'll, break free. It'll come to a boiling point, but I don't think it comes to a boiling point whilst they've got those tag titles. Miguel said, will Braun turn on Austin, Theory, Logan? Yeah, potentially he can. But again, I don't see it happening whilst they've got the tag belts. I think they've got to lose those first. So I'm not expecting him to turn on them tonight because they've got gold. I think what we will do is maybe turn up the frustration, keep building up the frustration. And then, we'll see him snap, basically. Maxine should be in NXT, says Connor. Well, she should if she's going to wrestle. I don't think she should, or we need to worry about it if she isn't. You know, if she is going to be, a valet, you know, then that's fine. You know, if she's going to be a valet, then there's no problem. There's nothing that she needs to learn because, I mean, she is just going to be tripping people over, snuggling up to Theory, maybe sending the odd message. I mean, she can go to wrestlers and send warnings, you know, just like a Scarlett would or a Zelina Vega would. She can go up to people and just let them know to back away, or you know, the Vision have got them in their sights, or, you know, whatever. So her character work is fine, you know. She's a character like Adam Pearce is, like Nick Aldis is, like Paul Heyman is. Obviously, she can't talk like Heyman, but, you know, Heyman doesn't wrestle. Adam Pearce doesn't wrestle. Outside of Saturday, Nick Aldis over the past 3 years hasn't been wrestling. So if Maxine is going to be in that character role, then that's fine. But if she's going to wrestle, then yes, she should really go to NXT. So yeah, I don't mind her with Theory, to be honest. I don't mind it. I don't think it's a brilliant use of Theory. I'm not sure that I'm convinced that it's going to work, but someone's got a vision for the Vision, and certainly for Maxine being in the Vision. And you know, I'm okay with seeing what that Vision looks like. I don't know that I necessarily would have gone that way. I don't think I would have gone that way, but that's okay. Yeah, no, someone's got an idea. Someone's got a plan. Someone's got a vision for the Vision. And I'm okay with seeing where it goes. And actually, I think it's probably the best way to use Maxine, because I don't know about you, but I didn't need to be watching her wrestle. Calvin said, I'm still having a hard time understanding how Grayson can call Theory a Marty Jannetty when he's the one in NXT, whilst Theory could be going after an IC title, says Calvin. Well, I think it's pretty straightforward in the sense of Grayson Waller believes himself to be the more talented one of the two. Theory is in the Vision, but I don't think the fans would kind of argue that Theory is ripping up trees with his work or his promo work, or if you look at the Vision, I think you could make an argument that it's been a disaster and that it has not gone to plan. And I don't know that too many people would say that it's been a success. Just because Theory is still on the main roster and has got potential to become an Intercontinental champ, or, you know, whatever, like there are options and opportunities, he's quite cold. And, you know, no one's like really getting behind him and supporting him. He's not getting his name cheered or chanted. And this was the point that Grayson was making. People weren't chanting Theory's name before A-Town Down Under. When we were in that team, you know, because of my work, because of what I was doing, they were chanting for him. Now, that might not be true, but of course it's right for Grayson to frame it that way. Of course he's going to want to take credit, right? And the point he then made was, look at him now. I'm not around. Are you hearing any Austin Theory chants right now? So Grayson is doing a good job of reframing A-Town Down Under and reframing the current situation. Because, yes, it's very easy for Theory to come back and say, well, I'm on the main roster. You're in NXT. You tell me who the Marty Jannetty of the group is. And that's fine. I mean, that is the point that for Theory to make, isn't it? That's the response. But it's not wrong for Grayson to position himself as being the Shawn and to paint Theory as being the Marty Jannetty. I mean, that is what you would do. If you was in Grayson's position, that's what you would do, and that is what you should do. Is, you know, you make it clear that Theory is nothing without me. You know, I'm here in NXT because I want to win championships. I want to have competitive matches. I want to show the world who I am. And if that opportunity is not there for me on Raw, well, then I'll do it here instead. And no one cares about Theory. They didn't care about him before A-Town Down Under. They don't care about him now. And do you know why they only cared about him and cheered for him? Me. And that's because he's the Marty Jannetty of the group. I'm the Shawn Michaels. I'm the talented one. And if you tune in on a Tuesday, you'll see that on a regular basis. And it's right for him to frame himself that way, isn't it? It's right for him to say that. It's right for him to big himself up. If he ain't going to big himself up, who's bigging him up? I mean, what's he meant to do? Come out and say that, he's a bum and that he's the Marty Jannetty. So I can't say he's wrong. I really can't say he's wrong for saying what he said or framing it the way he framed it. He believes in himself. He's always believed in himself. I think he's right to believe in himself. And the only thing I would say is, he fired a few shots at a lot of different people. And there were shots made at Theory, but it was kind of in with shots at everyone, right? There was a lot of people that were getting it. I don't think it was it's not building a feud or a story with Theory. Theory can just ignore it, right? Because, as you say, who's in NXT and who's on the main roster? Who's got a belt? Who hasn't got a belt, right? So, I mean, you can easily see for yourself that Theory is you could argue, a better position. But I still don't think it's wrong for Bron Breakker to, fight his own corner and frame it to make himself look as good as possible. I mean, that was a big promo from Grayson. That was a big promo because he needs to get that momentum going, get that fire going. He needs to make some noise. And that's what that promo did. Do you know, I heard criticism, actually. I don't even know why I watched Brian Alvarez and that thing anymore, because there's more and more stuff being said that I disagree with. But he didn't rate that Grayson promo. And I remember that one of the comments that was made was, a promo is meant to sell something, and this didn't sell anything. There was no match that was being built towards. So, a promo is successful if it convinces you that, it's worth watching a match, or it's worth, tuning into a show. But I mean, what did this sell you on? It didn't sell you on anything, because, loads of people got it. Loads of people were kind of referenced in that promo. I couldn't disagree more. I mean, I'll tell you what it sold. It sold Grayson. That's what it sold. It sold the rebirth. It sold him starting afresh. It sold him as someone that you should be paying attention to. Don't look at him as a failure that has been moved back down to NXT. Look at him as someone that's angry at the lack of opportunity that he's been given, and the opportunity that has been given has been stupid and dumb, which is why he went off on Theory, and he went off on mourning and being in a funeral with the New Day and how stupid all that was. And that's all they could find for him, So he's angry, he's got a chip on his shoulder, and he's trying to reframe how people think about him. So for me, he was selling himself, and he was selling NXT. Tune in on a Tuesday, because I'm going to be here and I got a chip on my shoulder, and you're not going to want to miss what I'm doing on a Tuesday. So the idea that the promo was no good because it didn't build to a match, or it didn't set up a feud against someone, I just don't get that argument. I don't get that argument. I think it sold Grayson. It rebooted him. It refreshed him. I thought it was a brilliant way to start NXT. There was a lot of excitement in our watch along for it. People were feeling like, oh my God, it felt like you were watching something. You felt like, oh my God, call the neighbors, call the friends, tell them to tune into NXT. Something's going down. He's going off on everyone. I mean, he was going off on Shawn. He was going off on Triple H. He was going off on Theory. He was moaning about the creative. He was moaning about being in, dead end tag team, about being put with the New Day, and I thought it was really, really good. Maybe it went on a touch too long. I don't know. I mean, there can be some criticisms in there. I'm not saying it was perfect. So there's definitely scope to criticize, but I don't know, man. I mean, I thought it was one of the better things that we had for quite a while in NXT. And again, you have a look and people just feeling different. So, yeah, whatever. Everyone's got their own opinions. But I don't let those other opinions change Well, they can't, can they? Because I'm watching things live. We're watching things live. The live reaction to what we're being served is how you truly feel in the moment. If someone tells you it's rubbish afterwards, it's not going to change how you reacted in the moment. If you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it for a reason. I enjoyed the Grayson Waller promo. Yeah, maybe it went a bit too long and there's criticisms to be heard. But if I listen to someone saying it was rubbish because it didn't actually sell a match, I mean, I'm not going to go, oh, yeah, they're right. Actually thinking about it, no, they're right, you know? The counterpoint is, it didn't have to sell a match. It was selling Grayson. And the fact this is meant to be the refresh, the relaunch, the reboot, the reset. It's all the re's. That's what it was selling. So, you know, I am at odds at the moment with quite a lot of the IWC. And I did make this clear before SummerSlam, right? That I was seeing a lot of differing opinions. It's carried into SummerSlam weekend now. So, yeah, I think like the IWC is just continuing down a very similar track, and I feel like I've kind of gone off over here somewhere. So, I don't know. Let's see how tonight goes, shall we? Is tonight going to be a well-received show? I hope so. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. But I am a bit confused because, oh, there it is. I was going to say I can't find it at the moment on Netflix, but it's just popped up. There it is. The countdown has begun. So it'll be starting in just under 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Chris said, I think Oba is calling out Roman tonight for the next PLE. I think it's time to put the belt on Oba. Maybe Heyman is going to follow him to the ring. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we're going to get Oba calling out Roman. The only thing I would say is you can do it, but I don't think you get to the match because I think it's too soon. I mean, our next PLE is going to be Money in the Bank. Is that the right PLE to do a match the size of Roman Oba? I mean, to me, Roman Oba is absolutely massive. I mean, is Money in the Bank the right place to do that? Although I don't even know if that's the next PLE, to be honest, because I still don't know what we're doing next month. At the moment, seemingly nothing. At the moment, we've got a like weird sort of Worlds Collide thing, which is going to be NXT, AAA, some main roster people, but not Roman and people like that. It's Penta, it's Dirty Dom, it's Lola Vice and maybe a Bailey, it's War Raiders, you know, it's those it's the names that you see in AAA. So it's not a main roster PLE. So we've got that, and we've got Sunday night main event. So we've got a Sunday night main event on September 6th. That's the next one. Before that, NXT Heatwave. So at the end of this month, August 30th, NXT Heatwave. Week after that, Sunday night's main event. And then after that, the Worlds Collide thing, which is like NXT AAA. The next proper PLE is October 10th. That's over 2 months away. October 10th, Money in the Bank. And then November 28th, Survivor Series. Those are the 2 PLEs that we've got, and that's it for this year. That's it. Here we are, 4th of August, and we've got 2 PLEs left in the year. And I think 2 Saturday night main events, because we got the one in September, and then we normally do one in December. But I mean, they don't replace PLEs. They're not like PLE replacements. They're just like TV specials. They're like glorified Raws that we do on a weekend. I don't know. Perhaps the decision has been made to treat them like a PLE or something. I don't know. Perhaps we do Roman against Oba on Sunday night's main event. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out together. Hey, we'll find out together. So I don't know. I don't know where we would put Oba Roman. I personally would save it for WrestleMania. If we don't have Rock lined up, I would kick the can there. So we'll find out, though. We've got just a minute left to go. Could you imagine if they did a Saturday night's main event and then a Sunday night's main event on the same weekend? That's what I was just thinking about. That's what just popped in my head. Cleveland said a WrestlePalooza. Yeah, I think it's meant to be a crown jewel because I think there is another Saudi show that we're meant to do this year. So I think it's meant to be a crown jewel because we haven't done one of those. You know, the whole, the biggest thing we do. You know, Triple H said it's the biggest prize. It's the one everyone wants, yeah? And you get rings and for each time you win. And, you know, we're going to talk about this person's a 3-time Crown Jewel champ, 4-time Crown Jewel. You know, the most important thing we do. That's what we were told. You know, it's the belt everyone wants. It proves you are the champion of champions, yeah? Well, at the moment, we're not doing it this year. That's how important it is. It's so important, it's not even on the schedule. And outside of the actual event, we never even talk about it. That's how important it is. Okay, come on, let's go, kings and queens. Hello, Reyes. Shout out to you. TJF said Days Unseen and community video update. Do we still tag you in community stuff? No. What I'm going to do is put a post out saying I'm collecting stuff for a community video that I want to do on Sunday. Put all of your stuff in the comments of this, please. That way I don't have to keep going through my notifications to put it into folders. I'll just ask for it and then it's all there, you know? It's kind of like the job is done for me. So that'll be a much easier, better way to do community stuff going forwards, because that way I haven't got to keep, you know, going through. And if we did it on a, you know, regular basis again every few weeks, if you miss one, just save whatever item it is you want to share. And then, you know, when you see the post next time, then you can put it in. So that's what we would do with in regards to that. Okay, here we go. We're in Des Moines. We're in Des Moines for Monday Night Raw. Hey. An instant classic. Okay, that was cool, actually. I really liked the entrance when it was all shields. And it looked like he was standing there. And then it turned out it wasn't him. It was actually, I'll say hologram. But it was just basically Seth on the screen. Yeah, that was sick. That was sick. The stuff on the metal grating was sick. And then the shield chair moments, which we've called back to so many times. I didn't need this bit. I didn't need it, but the way that they did it with Roman throwing the chair away, I actually thought was good. I like it. This is a moment of, I don't need it. Yeah, I like that. Shedding the obsession. That's a good line by Michael, actually. Shedding the obsession. We're not worried about that anymore. We've moved past it. It's done. It happens. And it's done. And then we've got the shield fists. And there's Roman in the ring. Here's Roman. Let's see what Roman has got to say. He gets handed his belt. Is he going to be opening the show, is he? I mean, I'm sure he'll have some nice words for Seth. Okay. Roman is making his way down. He's making his way backstage. Let's see what Roman has got to say here. He's on his own. There's no bloodline around with him. He is on his own. Crowd are chanting away. Here he is coming through Gorilla. Music hits. I am really interested to see what he's got to say here. I'm looking for him to really praise Seth. I'd love for him to say that, you know, for the first time he started to just think back to those Shield days, something that he'd sort of mentally closed off. But those were good times, and Seth will forever be a brother. And if ever Seth needs anything, he's there for him. I'd love something like that. What I don't want is Roman getting in the ring talking about how he smashed Seth and how, you know, no one can touch him. For him to go down that, I want to. Do you know what I mean? I'm feeling for Seth at the moment. I'm feeling for Seth. So what's the tone going to be? What's the OTC going to do? We're in Iowa. Isn't Seth also from Iowa, said Alex. I think he is, yeah. I think he is. Certainly lots of love for Roman here. Roman making his way down to the ring, as we said, on his own. The OTC, Roman Reigns. Taking his time. Taking his sweet-ass time. One of the great main event stories in SummerSlam history, says Michael. Roman exercised his demon. And that's true, innit? I mean, Seth has been a thorn in Roman's side. He has been the great rival. He's been the one person that he can never quite get past. I mean, really, there is no one else. You could make an argument that Seth has sacrificed that achievement over Roman, that bragging right, for Oba. Because right now, there is no one that can beat Roman Reigns. CM Punk can't do it. Seth Rollins can't do it. We don't know if Cody would do it. Roman's got win over Cody, of course, at 39. Cody got a win over Roman at 40. Cody would be probably the biggest challenge right now for Roman, outside of Oba. The question is there anyone that can beat Roman Reigns? Because the one thorn in his side has been removed. And maybe that's because there's another thorn that has arrived, and his name is Oba Femi. Roman then in the ring, holding up that championship belt. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. 7 minutes in, we still haven't heard a word from him yet. I don't think Oba can do a 30-minute match to the caliber of the top guys, said Sold Out Productions. Is there anything more sad than cosplaying as a green shirt guy, says Meppy. David said the Booker can beat Roman. That is true. The Booker can beat Roman. Unless you mean Booker T. He might beat Roman as well, actually. Not only was the match phenomenal, the storytelling throughout was fantastic, said James. If Oba does come out, I hope it's just a tease. I'd like to think they're not stupid enough to waste a monumental like that match like Money in the Bank, says Jay. Metal Baba said if they have Aldis wrestle, could they have Paige and Nikki as GMs Just an idea, says Metal Mama. Well, I think he's gone back to being a GM, hasn't he? I think there might be an opportunity for him again in the future. It might not be one and done, but I don't know. I don't know that we see him again. Danhausen against Dirty Dom is currently one of the lowest rated matches in history on Cage Match. Okay, Iowa, acknowledge me. And they do. OTC chants. OTC. 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 You know your tribal chief. I'm a man of my words. I call my shot and I deliver. I went to Mania. I beat the old man. I own the summer. And last night I beat Seth freaking Rollins. Some boos there. I don't know if the boos are for the fact he beat him. In these parts, that stings a little bit. It's your boy. And he is my brother. I can only acknowledge so much. I think he wants them to cheer for Seth, which is quite nice, actually. So he's allowing them, he's encouraging them to sing Seth's song, actually. That's quite nice, isn't it? That's quite nice. He's like, I can't really do it because I can only go so far, you know. I am the OTC, but I'm all right if you want to do it. And he's allowing the crowd to sing Seth's song. That feels quite respectful. LA Knight has interrupted. Now, LA Knight did pin Jay. This was always going to be an option. LA Knight fans, I don't know. I don't think your guy is getting the belt. LA Knight is making his way down to the ring. So LA Knight's going to be next. It looks that way. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, I think LA Knight obviously has got a lot of support. A lot of people want to see him get an opportunity. So I don't hate this. I think the Oba thing might have been a bit early. We got to do something in between. The only thing is, I don't think LA Knight's getting the belt. Okay, LA Knight in the ring. Oh, loud chants, actually. Good support. Good support. Big moment, this. Big moment. Let me talk to you. Here we go. So, we now know what's next. It's going to be LA Knight. I don't think he's winning the belt. We both said you couldn't do it by yourself, but congratulations. You're still a fraud. I've been calling your name for months. I've beat your bloodline. I want what you owe me. Last time we went one-on-one, it wasn't so one-on-one. We can do it tonight. The crowd like that. The crowd really like that. We can do it next week. The only right answer is yeah, says LA Knight. LA Knight's like, I've beat your bloodline. Last time I faced you, it wasn't really one-on-one, was it, Roman? You're still a fraud. We can do it tonight, next week, WrestleMania. The only correct answer is yeah. There are some LA Knight chants. LA Knight stepping up to Roman. This is what is going to be next for the Tribal Chief. Here we go, though. What's he going to say? Fraud? Who are you talking to? Oh, even LA Knight said that was good. I don't talk about being a megastar, but wear a Walmart watch on my wrist. A Walmart watch. Even LA Knight went, that was good. That was good, actually. You won a 6-man tag. But what else have you done? We're not going to sit and complain anymore. Roman cooked him. Roman cooked him. Roman just absolutely cooked him. I got one more thing. That was good. I like that from LA Knight. Sierra, Echo, Lima, Delta, Crypto. You suck. Roman cooked LA Knight. LA Knight could not let that slide. And in fairness to him, he's come back with some nice stuff there. One thing LA Knight is confident on the microphone. He might not have the killer lines all the time, but he does have the ability to drop some stuff in. Like, I like the mocking of the shield thing, you know? I mean, that promo, did it make you want to see the match? Yeah, it made me want to see the match. I love that Walmart watch line, though, from Roman. I do love that Walmart watch line. Good. Should we do a poll, shall we? What did you think about it? Did it hit? I think it hit. But how much did it hit? LA Knight has done nothing to earn a championship right now. Oba won King of the Ring. Knight didn't make it out of it. This makes no sense, said Nivet. Well, that was the point, wasn't it, that LA Knight was just trying to counter? That was the point that Roman just made as well. You haven't earned it. Tell me, what big match have you won? You beat my cousins, whoop-de-doo. And LA Knight is like, well, listen, we faced before and it was not one-on-one, was it, Roman? When I faced you before, you know that you needed help to get the victory. So you might have got rid of one thorn in your side, but don't act like I'm not another one, because you couldn't beat me clean last time. I mean, listen, if Oba wanted to step up, then he could have stepped up. I think it would have been a very interesting conversation. LA Knight has come out instead and might have just talked himself into a match. Get your thoughts in. What do you think? This is the future, ladies and gentlemen. An intense and emotional main event, said Forbes. I truly hate that. Cornball. I'd take Dominic Roman over LA Knight, said Davids. Oh. LA Knight is worse than Bron Breakker, said Brony. LA definitely deserves a world title, says Kyle. Getting a mixed reaction here. There's Oba Femi. There's Chad Gable. There's Judgment Day. Roxanne's taking on Sol Ruka tonight. Oh, we got Javon coming out as well. Your boy is bouncy. Obviously, Javon missing out on SummerSlam, which he didn't really speak about too much, to be honest, but he's still so young. Yeah! Your boy is bouncy. Okay, Javon making his way out from North Carolina. Chad Gable deserves a world title shot more than LA Knight, said Nivet. LA Knight will be the reason Logan becomes world champ. That's the caliber of wrestler that Logan can beat to be a world champ, said Austin. Robbie said LA Knight won't be world champ as long as Roman or Oba have got the title. How do y'all find LA Knight entertaining, said Seds? Well, I'm actually not a big LA Knight fan personally. I thought I like the mocking of the Shield theme. I didn't mind I like his line about I'll slap you back to factory settings, there's a couple of lines in there I don't mind, but I don't get the excitement when he comes out. It doesn't do it for me. I think he's fine. I don't have any feelings for or against. I don't hate him. I can see there's a lot of people that really like him. He's a very popular superstar. So yeah, that's kind of where I am with him. I mean, he's going to step up to Roman. I think it's good that those that do like him are getting to see LA mixing it up with Roman. I don't know how they're going to feel when he just doesn't come away with the belt. Are they going to be happy that he's just at that level, or is it just going to be like frustration that we didn't put the belt on him? I don't know. But I think it's, to me, we're delaying the Oba feuds. If the Oba Roman is the match people want, and WWE know it, And they're, you know, obviously trying to kick the can down the road and potentially trying to kick it down the road to WrestleMania. Javon in the ring. I don't know who he's facing. Ant B. Ballin said Judgment Day have got a good amount of gold right now. And he said, I could still see Brock wrestle again against more established names like CM Punk. He never had the Gunther match, said Andy. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. I mean, and there wasn't really anything, was there, wasn't really anything that made you feel like he was done at SummerSlam. There was no leaving the boots in the ring and all of that stuff, so I don't know. I don't know where we ended up with Brock. Days last 2 weeks, we've left Lyra off Raw, and obviously we've had to get to SummerSlam out of the way. We got to reheat her because momentum has cooled off after being an interesting act. I don't think it's a problem. A couple of weeks is nothing. I think just bring her out. She's got an interesting character. You know, we can obviously bring her out, have her doing a promo about how Bayley's in the past and she's setting her sights on, you know, trying to get some gold, whatever. At some point, we're going to be bringing Bayley back. We can do that work this week. No problem. I would have had Bayley Lyra on SummerSlam instead of Danhausen, Dominic, and that's not us looking back and saying that. We said that before SummerSlam even happened, that we think the Danhausen thing should have just been a segment rather than it being a dedicated match. It basically took the slot of a match, and we could have had something different. Okay, they're really trying to promote Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn for Zuffa. Okay, Ethan in the ring. Ethan, a great talent. Javon, a great talent. These two obviously know each other really well. Really well. Oh, that's exactly what Michael's just said as well. This was one of the most intense rivalries NXT has seen. Let's end the poll. Clean slate tonight. Bella sounded. We are underway. Javon locking up with Ethan. Nice headlock here by Ethan. Going back against the ropes over the other side. Javon, shoulder tackle. Okay, Ethan going against the ropes. Javon down, Ethan. Javon off that middle rope. That was quite unique. I felt like it was also a little bit stupid because Javon went against the ropes to bounce off, but as he was coming off the ropes, he was completely open for kicks, strikes. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Ethan sold it by being confused. Like, Javon's coming at him and is like, I don't know what to do. But, yeah, it felt like he was quite open. He wasn't, like, going for anything. Taking Ethan over. Drop kick. Good height on that drop kick by Javon. Javon on his feet, going, trying to get the crowd going. We're doing this now. This is a thing. Going against the ropes, Javon. Big air. Lands it. Grabs his wrist as well. I hope he hasn't injured himself. There's a lot of screaming and shouting coming out of Javon here. That drop kick was fantastic. The going to the outside was really good as well. Right now he's perched. Look at that crossbody. Look at that. Really good stuff here. He gets back up to his feet. Ethan Page is down. Javon going to the outsides. Ethan Page still down. He's climbing up right now. Javon. He's going up. He's perched on the top. He took too long there. And Ethan's come over. Kind of prevented from Javon. Looking for a suplex, no joy. Shot coming into the midsection, and again. Shots coming in. Ethan picking up Javon. Javon lands on his feet, round the back, rolling up Ethan. 1, 2, no joy. Kick out there. Oh, drop kick there by Javon. 1, 2, roll up, no joy again. Crowd a little bit quiet for this. Little bit quiet. Going to the outsides. Javon on the outside of the ring. Swing and a miss there by Ethan. Javon coming through the ropes. Yeah, smashing him into the... and a big boot as well. Big boot as well. Okay, that looks like that was our commercial break spot. Felt a little bit like this match had just momentarily lost its way. Just momentarily. It was doing okay. Some big spots. Ethan is our best Intercontinental Canadian champion, said Robbie. Shadow said this match should have happened at SummerSlam instead of Danhausen. Oh, I think a lot of people would probably argue a lot of matches should have happened at SummerSlam instead of Danhausen. That did not go down well at all, did it? Did not go down well at all. Our cage match friends have very much struggled with that match. It is currently scoring as one of the lowest scoring matches in cage match history. Right now, Javon is down. Ethan grabbing Javon. He's trying to get him back up to his feet. Forearm shot coming in. Javon feeling that. Javon going over to the corner. Face first, right into the boot there of Ethan. He's trying to get him over the other side, Javon. Into the corner. He goes down. Okay, well, this gives us a chance to dig into the chat momentarily. Oh, actually, one thing I need to do before I can't do it is jot down that open. So you lot said it was great 59. Great 59 for Roman and LA Knight. Roman segment, great 59. These two in the ring just exchanging a few blows. WWE have got a couple of decent mid-card heels, but the only credible and legit top-of-the-card heel is Gunther. And that is a problem. We've had so many face-face matches involving big stars, said Brony. Snake said, I think Big Cass will return during or after this match. Robbie said, I remember when Ethan broke Javon's jaw. Ian said, I'm so tired of Javon, Rusev, Ethan, Penta, Dragon Lee, all fighting each other weekly. Why not bring in Dragunov to Raw or Carmelo Hayes? Well, I mean, this just brings us back to the whole draft conversation, doesn't it? And I don't know what the flip's gone on there. Oh, what the flip's gone on there. We absolutely could have done with a draft. Yeah. I can understand you being a bit frustrated about us constantly doing a combination between these people. Okay, we are back from commercial break. You haven't missed much. We've been keeping an eye on things, and as we said, not much has been going down. Ethan Page still in control, kicking away at Javon. AB said, are we going with Garcia or are we going with Ben? I've not been paying it any attention, honestly. I mean, the last Ben match I saw was his one against Eubank. I thought he looked really, really good. Garcia is obviously going to be a big challenge. I think I'm expecting Garcia to get the win, but I think Ben has very much got a chance. Liam said, I feel that we're seriously short on heels. We're doing two face versus face feuds. It's okay briefly, but I do think this is an issue. Lyra is doing good. Lyra has been on main events, having some amazing matches, said Christopher. Danhausen Dom is 10,000 times better than Lyra Bailey, said Seth. Oof. Not sure too many would agree with that. Dominic Danhausen scoring 1 point something on blooming cage match. Currently one of the lowest rated matches in cage match history. Kick coming in there by Javon. Javon going to the outsides. Big Time said we got to do a better job with Raw mid-card. The matches just get made out of thin air. Where's the backstage segments? Something to set the match up? It's just random, said Big Time. Okay, Javon looking to go against the ropes. Oh, well scouted there by Ethan. Javon going against the ropes. That was really well scouted. You know that Javon's going to spring off that rope, and Ethan prevented it from happening to kick out there by Javon by just knocking against the ropes. Yeah, that was really good. Really clever. I really like that, actually. I really like heels that have babyface moves scouted. So, I mean, he could have gone after Javon there, but he didn't. He attacked the middle rope, which is really clever because everyone knows that Javon uses that middle rope to spring off. So if you interfere with that middle rope, it's going to obviously cause Javon issues as he's trying to springboards. So, I mean, very, very good work there by Ethan, and it's kind of giving him the advantage in the match again. He's got Javon. Javon, though, comes down on Ethan. Javon over against the ropes. Ethan charging over through the ropes to the outsides. Ethan grabbing the legs there of Javon, dragging him out the ring, grabbing Javon, driving him into the commentary table. Ethan scooping up Javon. Ethan going into that commentary table. Javon with Ethan into the ring posts, throwing him into the timekeeper's area. Ethan's getting chucked all over the place. Camera's very close in on Javon right now. Okay, he's going to look to do the spot. No, through the ring, rolling through to the outsides. Here we go. He always goes big, really big. Yeah, that was nice. Sometimes we see Javon even making it into that front row. He didn't on this occasion, but it was still big. Still, look at this. We're getting every angle of Javon chucking himself at Ethan. It also feels like some of the graphics have slightly changed for Raw. Nothing drastic, just more the background graphics. 1, 2, oh, shoulder up. Yeah, logo is the same, but just as we did that replay there, just felt a little different from what we normally see. Good work here from Javon, as you would expect. He's looking to get back up on his feet. I agree that we are short on heels, said Benny. Maybe you could step in and add some pizzazz. Yeah, sure. I just need to learn how to wrestle first. I mean, if you could give me like 5 years. If you can give me just a quick, snappy 5 years. The 3 count was counted, but Ethan had his legs on the ropes. Referee did spot it. Does look like the 3 got counted, though, but, well, ref's decision is final. The confidence breaker. It's like a code breaker, but just 1 knee. He's got him up. Slaps him down. 1, 2. Ethan can't get this finish. Cannot get this finish. I like the interfering with the middle rope. I like the spot with the timekeeper's area. I think some of the stuff happening now is quite good. It's found its way to being a decent match, this. They're giving it time as well. I mean, it's really had some time, this, hasn't it? We've done a Roman segment and this, and that's took 40 minutes of the show. Javon has got back in. Ethan doesn't realise. Whoa! The referee getting in the way there. Oh, OG Cutter connects. Mate, I don't even know what happened there. We had the referee kind of slightly in the way. Javon just doing Javon things to pick up the victory. That's all you need to know. I still don't believe what I just saw, says Michael. I'm going to need a replay on that because even I can't quite figure out what I just saw. He leapfrogs over the two of them, goes all the way up straight into an OG cutter. Well, that's innovative. I don't know that I've seen someone leapfrog over two people before. In the ring. Here we go. Big boot. Big boot. From Big Cass. Big Cass is in the ring. Big Cass is here. Lays out Javon. What's the shirt say? I think the shirt says Big Cass, doesn't it? It's been more than 8 years. I tell you what, he's looking ripped, he's looking shredded, and he is laying out Javon. Right, my God, he's looking incredible. Look at that physique. Very impressive. Very impressive. And he's gone straight after Javon. A Big Cass Javon feuds. I don't have any issues with that. He's dragging him around. It's kind of, so he's come in and he's coming as a heel as well. And we need heels. Picking him up. He's got him into like a bear hug at the moment. He's kind of ragdolling him around and, There we go. Big Cass is here. And he is looking impressive. Impressive. Let's get the poll up, shall we, for the match? Let's get the poll up for the match, for the match. Match score. He looks great, doesn't he? Look at the physique. Austin, I'd imagine you fainted. I'd imagine that you're in need of oxygen right now. For the past few weeks, we've heard about the return of Big Cass, says Michael Cole. Okay. We're moving on. We don't have time to dwell. Sorry, Jamal. I thought he would have been a face, said Dom. Yeah, I could have believed that as well, but I'm fine with him being a heel. Funnily enough, there's a lot of people in our chat, isn't there? A lot of people in our chat that were saying that exact point, like, we need more heels, we need more heels. So actually bringing him and having him murk Javon, I'm really not down on that. They're just showing LA Knight picking up the win. Cass is just Edge if he was 7 foot tall, said David. Is that a bad thing? I want to keep the respects. I've got a standard, said Roman. He's talking to the bloodline. Doesn't work if we lose. Okay, so Roman is speaking to the bloodline. Royce Keys. Why do I hear he's your family, Jacob? Are you my family, Jacob? Don't let these circus folks confuse you. We're the only bloodline here. Say the word and we'll go and get LA Knight. You had your chance. You failed. Okay, so a bit of a warning. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight said, watch out, you don't want your daddy coming back putting you over his knee, do you? Okay. LA Knight. Having a bit of fun there with Jay. Roman has never truly changed. Let's be real, says Alex. Okay, we are at commercial break right now, and a few bits there to digest. Legendary Larry said, I've turned off Raw to start because Roman was talking, came back 45 minutes later, and his ass was there again. I guess I'll have to wait until it's over so I can skip. Oh, I think you're always going to have a lot of Roman, aren't you? I think you're always going to have a lot of Roman on the show. He is like the biggest star. I'm going to be honest, I'm glad that Kevin is back. I don't think he should have been put in the title picture right away when there's so many wrestlers that are more deserving, says Matt. Just because there was no Enzo this week doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Enzo could be a heel too, says Robbie. The Bellas are the most obvious heels of all time, says Alex. Oh, here's Lyra. Lyra has found her way here to a Byron Saxton moment, which is a little bit disappointing, isn't it? That's a little bit disappointing. I created that title. I will always find my way back to it. I knew Sol Ruka would crash and burn eventually. She's talking very slow. Very slow. I really like the Lyra character. I think there was elements of that promo that was good, fine. But there was elements of it, I was like, she just seems to be talking slow, like weird slow, like unnecessarily slow, like she's really dragging out her words. Like she's a bit drunk even, and I don't know. I don't know that was quite working for her. We only got a couple of moments there, of course, during the commercial break, so we can't really take too much from it, but okay, fine. That'll be a shame if that's the only time we see Lyra tonight. Let's go backstage, though, because we do have Jacob. Oh, here's Royce. How many times have we been through this? Okay. How many times have you and I thought, I'm your brother. I'm still rolling with you. I'm still your brother. You ain't my brother. You ain't my family. I'm bloodline. You're just one of the boys. Woof. Me versus you tonight in a street fight, and I'm going to dog walk your ass tonight. Wow. That'll be good. 1-on-1. Okay, Liv Morgan's coming out. Okay, Liv Morgan's making her way out. Muse, it says on her shirt. Metal Mama said, I do miss I miss the old Lyra, the hippie, the fairy, the badass that fought tooth and nail. Feels like a Nikki Cross character, what Bailey was going for before we got vignettes. Yeah, I think there is things to explore here. I mean, I think that I think this character's interesting. I think there is something there. I also think that this can go wrong. It might take a little bit of working and playing around with. Okay, Liv Morgan then making her way down in the ring with the Judgment Day. Let's see what Judgment Day have got to say. Robbie, is that barbed wire on the IC belt? Said Word Live Cena fan. Don't know. Let's have a look. Fightful are reporting that Brock Lesnar is once again back in the alumni section, which is where the ex superstars are. Oh yeah, what is on that belt? What is on that belt? I think we're about to find out here. You're now in the presence of the greatest women's world champion. It does look like barbed wire. Oh, I forgot how annoying Liv is. How dare I forget how annoying. You know, it doesn't take long to be reminded, does it? You already knew that, says Liv. At SummerSlam, I defeated one of the best in the world. I want to get to this belt. Stay, Mads. I'll give her props because she was the only woman to challenge me. There's no challengers around. Time. That's enough about me. My best friends. My sister. There it is. And I am really interested in what's been added to the belt and why it's been added, because yes, it is barbed wire. I hope we talk about why we've added it. Let's hear from Raquel. Oh, right, no, we're not going to. Yeah, no, scrap that. Here's Sol Ruka. So, yeah, we've changed the belt, added a little extra, and we're not going to tell you why. Make your own mind up. Okay. Good 97 for our first match. Sol Ruka making her way down. She's going to be taking Roxanne. Perhaps Liv and Raquel will jump onto commentary. Yeah. Sol Ruka attacks Roxanne. Roxanne was distracted there. Michael has just mentioned about this updated championship. But before we could even talk about it, Sol Ruka has laid out Roxanne. Bella sounded. How brave, how tough is Roxanne Perez? She got blindsided. Roxanne's like, it's not fair. There's a lot of things I'd like to say about Roxanne Perez, says Michael. Okay, David said the over-under for 3 botches in this match. I think there'll be a botch. I'll go under, actually. I think there'll probably be a little slip-up, a little something. 3, though. Oof. Shots coming in there by Roxanne. I don't know. I mean, look, we've took the belt off Sol, and, you know, now she's just having matches. I would say to Sol, keep it simple, find your feet, get your confidence. We'll keep putting you out there, keep working with you. We still believe in you. Don't worry about anything. Like, just do what you was doing in NXT. And if we have to ease our way to that, we'll ease our way to that. It's fine. So, yeah, let's just try and get some kind of botch-free matches. I think it's even all right if you do kind of slip up on a few moves, as long as it's not going to result in injury for you or your opponent. Liv says, Roxanne is my prodigy. Look how good she is. She's a veteran and she's already so young. Oh, sent on there by Sol. 1, 2, kick out. Sol versus Roxanne. We're back from commercial break. All of that was during commercial. Judgment Day Forever said Street Fighter Ingrid. Sol Loser said Street Fighter Ingrid. Do we think we get any other returns tonight? I don't know. I mean, you've always got a chance to get a Drew or a Stephanie. There's always a chance for a call-up like a Lola or someone along those lines, but obviously Big Cass was the one, wasn't it? Big Cass was the one. I think there's an opportunity to get something else. Okay, Liv on the outsides, sort of regroup him. Coming over to Roxanne, checking on Roxanne. Roxanne trying to run away from Sol here. On the outside, shot coming in. Forearm there by Roxanne. Forearm by Roxanne. Okay, Roxanne against the rope, stuck underneath, over the other side, Sol Ruka, chopping away. Roxanne up, over, on her feet. Sol picks her up, got her up on her shoulder. Roxanne goes down against the ropes, rolling her over, bridging, 2, no joy, reverse, 2. Roxanne manages to evade that. Ooh, pretty smooth cartwheel. Chop coming in. Down goes Sol. Roxanne in control. Arms outstretched. Posing away. Smile on her face. Judgment Day in control. Kick coming in there by Roxanne. This is our second match. We had Ethan against Javon. Kick coming in. Right now, she's got a boot right in the face of Sol. Kick, nasty kick coming in there by Roxanne. And again, another kick coming in. King of the Ring, Oba Femi tonight. I swear, before that graphic comes on, doesn't it sort of say like caution or something in the background? Sort of says like flashes up caution, whatever, like a caution warning sign, and then it says like Oba Femi coming up. It is a different sort of graphic style that they're going with. Although the Raw logo itself is the same. Over in the corner, and of course the colour scheme is still red and black. Okay, charging in is Sol. Roxanne moves out the way. Roxanne collides into Sol. She gets caught. Spun around. Down she goes. Slap coming in there by Sol Ruka. Drop kick there by Sol Ruka. Roxanne is down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Sol in control. Grabbing the leg of Roxanne. I think we're going to go for a surfboard stretch. Yeah, surfboards. Which makes so much sense when you think about Sol Ruka's character. Surfboard is in. I feel like we have turned down like some of the more adventurous moves so far. Kick coming in there by Sol. Roxanne going to the outsides. I was hoping when Liv was saying there aren't many contenders that Naomi or Stephanie was going to come out, says Corey. Sol moonsault in to the outsides. Roxanne down. Okay. Yep. Back in the ring. Sol climbing up. Roxanne. Is she going to go for the spot? This might be the spot. The cartwheel. Roxanne had it scouted. We saw her going for that spot last week. And she didn't hit it. She's kind of very carefully gone for it again there, and Roxanne cut it off. She might go for it later in the match again, I don't know. Sol Ruka is easy on the eye, said Video Watcher. The Beach Kevin said, the match has been pretty clean so far. Well, I think that they've just told us to go out wrestle a pretty normal match. Don't do anything too, She's not been doing Javon stuff, has she? Like, bouncing all over the place. It's been a moonsault to the outside. She went for that cartwheel thing, but it got cut off before she could really execute it. And I think we've just sort of turned down, which I think is the right thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do. Oof. Roxanne stomps down. Roxanne gesturing to the crowd. We are at commercial break again. We still haven't heard any word about the belt. Bang, into the ring post goes Sol. Roxanne in control. think she's doing a bit of trash talking there to the front row. With Jacob and Royce Keys being in a street fight, most likely be in the main event, could we see Zilla or anyone returning? Also, the graphics does say Code Raw, said Matt Iyo. Code Raw. Don't know how I feel about Code Raw. I don't see Zilla. I'm so tired of hearing Zilla's name. I don't think... I mean, for me personally, Zilla goes to NXT. I don't think he comes up and goes to the main roster. Good work by Liv. Saying to the crowd there, you know, that Roxanne is so talented. She's got so many variations of hold. She's a prodigy. No, I'm not expecting Zilla. I think Zilla goes NXT, personally. Right now, we got Soul finding a way back up. We had people asking yesterday if Zilla was going to get involved in the SummerSlam main event. Roxanne looking for a suplex. Roxanne going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick up. Kick out. Days for Money in the Bank. They should keep the matches as they are or change up Money in the Bank matches a small bit. For Money in the Bank, should we keep the matches as they are? Yeah, I think Money in the Bank matches are fine. I think the prize is great. Ladder match is always fun. The prize being you can cash in for the next 12 months. No issues. To be honest, I mean, if people are getting a bit bored of Money in the Bank, and I don't think they are, but if they were, then you could start to look to mix it up. But we've been talking a lot about Elimination Chamber and War Games. Those, to me, feel like much bigger priorities for change. I think War Games is... I think Money in the Bank is fine. I don't really ever get anyone saying they're bored of Money in the Bank. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Big shot there by Roxanne. We do have Oba Femi tonight. He's going to be speaking. That'll be big. Street fight between Royce and Jacob should be fun. Back elbow there by Soul. Soul with Roxanne. Roxanne going in the corner. Oh, I like those. I like the forearm upstairs. I like the dig to the body. I'm all right with all of that. Into a German. Soul is down. She kips up. Kip up by Soul. Looking to come over. Big knee there by Soul. 2. Kick out. Kick out. Yeah. Shining Wizard by Soul. Okay, we're back from commercial break. They've been giving these matches time, haven't they? This is match number 2. First match had time. This match has had time. I mean, these are really important reps for Soul, Javon, Ethan, Roxanne. Taking her over to kick out by Soul, reversed to no joy. Roxanne back up, kick coming in. Soul catches the leg. Plants Roxanne down, who prevents it. Oh, she missed with the kick though. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think she connected. On the back of Soul. Pop rocks. No. Ooh. Denied. Ugh. X Factor connects. Raquel distracting. Soul going over. Collides into Raquel. Soul Snatcher coming in and prevented by Liv. And actually the referee sees it and it's going to be a DQ. Big boot there by Raquel. So a couple of times Soul has gone for big moves and they've been cut off. Pop rocks. Pop rocks, but it's too late. It's a DQ. So, I mean, no botches that I detected, but that was because the big moves had been dialed back, and anytime she went for some, it was largely cut off, which I really think is the right approach for now. Just have a go out there and do some stuff, and then slowly bring bits in. Becky is back now. Becky is back. Well, this is really interesting, actually, because last time we saw Becky, she was a heel. So why would she be coming out now? Why would Becky be coming out when Judgment Day are in the ring? Becky is making her way down to the ring. She's got a new shirt. Yeah, where's this going? Does she want to get her championship back from Raquel, maybe? Are we going to do Raquel Becky? Is that where that's going? I don't know where this is going. I mean, I'm guessing it must be, but obviously we've seen Becky as a heel for quite a long time. Or maybe she's going to set her sights on Liv. Perhaps it's a swerve. Perhaps it's got absolutely nothing to do with that belt. I like how Raquel is kind of like stepping forwards. Soul on the outside is being checked on by the looks of it by Ref Jess. Ref Jess is down there with her. I didn't come for that. That's done. It's Liv. She wants Liv. Oh. Hello, sweet cheeks. Nice. Becky Liv is the direction. You've just become a glorified valet. A women's champion should be fighting? What the hell's this? You've had the worst title reign of all time. Oh my God, she's come back and she's like extra charismatic. It's not just me saying it. Everyone's saying it. You've had the worst title reign of all time. Things are about to get a whole lot worse. So Becky is in front of Liv. You should be at home, being a mommy to your daughter. Do you know why you're in my face? Because you're jealous of me? Okay. Yeah, I'm not down on this. Oh, I am down on this, though. Okay, Liv said, let's go, let's go. Becky's laughing. Oh, you're not even the greatest women's champion in your own group. Dudes. Oh my God, now Stephanie's back. Oh my God, this has just gone from bad to worse, hasn't it? For Liv. Stephanie's back now. That line of you're not even the greatest women's champion to have slept with Dominic Mysterio. That's not a confession, is it, from Becky, by the way? Is that... Wow. Holy chants are breaking out right now. And so they should. We've just been hit with a 1-2 of a Becky return and then a Stephanie return. And I tell you what, if you had stocks in Liv Morgan, your stocks are not doing well. Big boot. Stephanie with a headbutt. Everyone's going down. She's got a smile on her face. Obviously, she looks great. She always looks great. Stephanie is back. Becky is back. Big Cass has made his debut. In-ring action could have been better, but we've given some run out to some people that I think really could do with run outs. And this is interesting. These two haven't really ever confronted, have they? Get out my way or what? Get out my way or what? Stephanie and Becky. Look at that. Look at that. Get out of my way, said Stephanie. Or what, said Becky. And they are milking that face-to-face. They are milking it. We're lingering on that. Oh, hello. We're exchanging more words now. It's my title. So we got Stephanie, we got Becky, we got Liv, all circling around each other. Maybe not Liv. I don't think she wants anything to do with those two, to be honest, but she hasn't got much choice, as we said. A 1-2 delivered by WWE tonight. A Becky return followed by a Stephanie return. And the landscape changes. The landscape changes. The new graphics are slightly strange, to be honest. Let's get rid of the poll. We've got so much that we need to be doing and keeping an eye on and things like that. I need to chuck so much stuff into the folder. Some of those lines, mate, were absolute killer. Okay, 58, 25, 10, and 7. You said that Sol Ruka against Roxanne was good 93. Good 93 for that. Michael Cole just talking about Brock. Right, what if WWE did Money in the Bank in Elimination Chamber? You could do. I mean, I don't know that Money in the Bank needs to change. As I said, I don't really hear anyone being off with it. I think Elimination Chamber is the one that could do with some evolution. I don't know if by kind of bringing Money in the Bank into that would be needed. But I mean, you could. I don't really have a reason as to why you wouldn't, other than you'd be combining two separate PLEs into one, and then you'd obviously have a space to, you know, do something else with for a PLE. Becky's presentation was notably better than usual, and Stephanie's return was well done and received lived. It was solid, said Ellis Dub. They've been together for over a year now, at least. Sonny, shout out to you, said I need to check super chats. Sonny said, give Austin 316 mouth to mouth if he's low on oxygen. Was that really from you, Sonny, or was that Austin that actually pretended to be you so that it didn't come across as creepy as that actually was? I don't know. That's the kind of thing I would imagine he would say. Right now, we've got a video package just all doing about Brock. Obviously, we don't know what's happened in regards to Brock. There was no sort of retirement that was there. So, I don't know what the situation is with Brock. Sleazeboy said, rate my booking. What two male wrestlers would we want to see in a hair versus hair match? Except the hair that gets cut and shaved is not on the head. Well, it is, but a different head on there. What do you mean? Is the head of your penis hairy, Sleazeboy? Because I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right at all. To be honest, Sleazeboy, I'm sure you're going to get some answers there, but I think you've identified a much bigger problem, a much bigger concern, and it seems to me that the tip of your penis you've revealed on this very public stream right here, right now, is actually quite hairy, and I do think that is something you might need to get looked at. Or maybe it's me. Perhaps I'm alone. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps you've all got very hairy tips of your penises. I don't know. I don't know how far I want to proceed with this conversation. Sleaze boy, thank you. Thank you for revealing so much about your personal life. I think it's inspiring that you feel that comfortable. Respect. Where does the time go, said Isaac. It's been 1 hour and 15, yeah. Coming up, yeah, 1 hour 20, isn't it? Who knows where the time goes? Oh, there is Heyman. Okay, this is big. Heyman backstage. There's Oba. Now, this is a moment, isn't it? Look at Oba. When you see Brock, tell him I said thank you. Okay. Oba. Wow. Very, very respectful from Paul Heyman. Very respectful. What a moment that was. Heyman actually turns to watch Oba walking away, and we're going to be hearing from Oba next. What a little moment that was. That was nice. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Okay, here's Danhausen. Here's Danhausen. Hausen. Coming out in the Danhausen mobile. There's lots of human monies all over the Hausen mobile. Cursed. It's very nice. Hello. Very nice. Very evil. You could call Danhausen Mr. SummerSlam. He defeated Dominus Mysterious. I'm rich. Dominus Mysterious. Oh, wow. Human Money's in the cannon, so he's not firing T-shirts. He's firing human monies. Okay, that's actually worked all right, you know. So he's chucking human monies around. Okay, he's chucking it in the crowds. Is that it? Is that going to be it? Okay, yeah, I mean, that's all he's doing. He's just chucking human monies into the crowd. What do we think about Stephanie Becky at Sunday night's main event? Winner facing Liv at Money in the Bank. I like it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Sign me up. You are cursed. There we go. So, that is a bit of a problem that we just bring him out. He throws human monies in the crowd and then he leaves. It's a bit of a problem because, well, I suppose in a way it's only us at home that see it and it's only the people there that see it, but there's really nothing to it. It's not funny. It's not anything. It's just... I like him getting Dominic's name wrong, but other than that, it is just sort of chucking notes out into the crowd, you know? I hope that's not the only thing he does on this show, because I think the backstage stuff with the lab, certainly working on that monster, that felt like it could go somewhere. That felt like it had some legs to it, you know. But equally, there's people that I think are feeling a bit burnt out that probably are all right with not doing anything at all. Okay, we're seeing Chelsea when she won. It's just, honestly, it's just on to the next thing, on to the next thing. It's a pretty non-stop show, this. How far in advance do we think we'll start building for War Games? Well, the work might have started now. If we're getting to, if we're working our way and building our way towards doing Bloodline against like Royce and all of that, I mean, that work could have already started. Okay, here we go then. Oba is going to be our next segment. Oba. Here we go. I've lost sound. Has anyone else lost sounds? No? No, it's just me. Don't know what happened there. My sound just went. Here he comes. Here he is. The 2002 OVW class deserves a spotlight together, says Robbie. Dun, 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 dun. AB said Daze Heyman was backstage watching like a proud father whose son had just power bombed a planet. He stood there with my client, my beast, my legacy. Oh, it was a nice moment. Oba making his way down to the ring. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Look at that, dude. What's that? I don't know how people get it so wrong. I've legit seen people like doing this. If you're not going to do it, don't do it at all. Yeah? Oba in the ring. Chelsea Green, the fake champion. The sad part is it's the closest she's going to get to a world title, said Wrestle Rants. Oba. What next for Oba, I think, is a very acceptable question to ask. And we're going to get that answer. Okay, Oba in the middle of the ring. Words cannot even describe what transpired on night one of SummerSlam. Most importantly, we came out with newfound respect. A lot of respect being found this weekend. It was a test. Mm-mm. I passed the test. And now the beast can finally rest. I kind of like what he said there. The question wasn't, can you swim? It was, how long can you hold your breath for? And I passed the test. And now the beast can rest. It's nice, isn't it? Okay. So Oba with a message saying that if you want it, you can come and get it, basically. I did wonder if anyone was going to make their presence felt. No one has made their presence felt, but we have still got a little bit more time here. Oba is still in the ring. The question remains, what is next for him? And maybe we don't answer that this week. He's leaving. Ah, it looks like we're not answering that question this week. Have we kicked the can a bit further down the road there? Is that a bit of a cop-out? Could it be CM Punk? Could it be Roman Reigns? I like the now the beast. He's going to get jumped. Someone coming out the entranceway. Ah, here we go. Is it going to be the Vision? Is it going to be Bron Breakker? Or are we just going to our next segment? They could have waited, couldn't they? They could have waited. Oh my God. I didn't even think about Oba Bron Breakker, but Bron Breakker is thinking about Oba Bron Breakker. Austin Theory's like, come on, man, let's go. Let's go. But, yeah, they are showing you that stare down for a very good reason. I don't know. He ain't leaving him. I don't know if this is what's next. It'd be a difficult one to book, actually. It'd be a really difficult one to book because both of these would need to get the victory. But, oh, my God, I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see Bron Breakker Oba Femi. Maxine ain't bothered in the slightest. I want to see it. I want to see it. How'd you book it? That's the first question. How'd you book it? Do you do it with outside interference with the Vision? Oh, that's nice. That might be the thumbnail, you know. Oba Femi, Bron Breakker looking at each other. Do you think they let Oba keep his title opportunity? I don't see how you keep him away from a world title. I think they've sort of suggested that it's been forfeited. There's been no chatter, has there, about him fighting for a world title. I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid. I don't think he should forfeit it. But, I mean, there's been no chat, has there? He hasn't gone to Adam Pearce and asked, what? Okay, that's done. What about my world title shot now? And if it is going to be Bron Breakker next, that's obviously keeping him away from world titles. Imagine how good a Brock DVD would be if they were still making them, said Andy. Yeah, would be very good. Very good. He had one of the great careers, didn't he? Everything he achieved. Days could be Punk Reigns or that Oba goes for. Well, it looks like the seed has been planted that it's going to be Bron Breakker. Joe Hendry's coming out. I believe. Okay, he's making his way down to the ring, Joe Hendry. We are at commercial break. Is this a singles match? Look, Bron Breakker is still staring at the entranceway, you know. Bron Breakker is still mentally thinking about Oba Femi. Yeah, he ain't took his eyes off. It's the direction we're going. Breaker's about to murder, Joe said, Dynasty. He should murder this guy, to be honest. I mean, I know there's Joe Hendry fans out there, but Bron Breakker has got his sights set on Oba Femi. And it really feels like that's the direction that we're going. Okay. Oba said, F that title shot. RTX said, how can he lose his title match but still mention that he's King of the Ring winner? Well, he's won King of the Ring. So, I mean, he's achieved that. The prize is a title shot at SummerSlam. And he decided he wanted Brock instead. Doesn't make any sense to me that WWE wouldn't then just move the title shot. But it seems like the story they're telling is, no, that's the prize. You get the shot at SummerSlam. If you don't want to take that opportunity because you want to do something else, well, then you forfeit the title shot. That seems to be the story they're telling. Bron is still looking at the entranceway. Joe Hendry is standing there, waiting to get underway. And I think he is about to get murked in here. Okay, Bron in there with Joe. Come on, Joe says, come on, Bron Breakker. Breakker with a clothesline. Very distracted. Has not took his eyes off that. And he goes back again, look. Goes back to that entranceway. Thinking about Oba. He's just kind of swatted Joe Hendry away. Like Joe Hendry is an annoyance rather than an opponent. Theory going into the ring post. Clothesline there by Joe. Where's Bron Breakker? Is Bron going to run round? There he is. Here we go. Oh, he goes into those ring steps. This match is getting underway now. But Bron Breakker continued to be distracted. Theory goes to the announce table. Oh my God, Joe Hendry is going to get speared. That might be it. 1, 2, 3. Sort of ran into that, didn't he? Sort of ran into that. Bron Breakker's attention goes back to Oba. And I don't mind this presentation of Bron, you know. I really don't mind this presentation of Bron. I kind of like it, actually. I think this is really good. Bron Breakker looks over at Theory and he's walking away on his own, you know. He's walking away on his own. You've got to wonder where his head's at. Theory jumps in the ring. He starts murking Joe Hendry. Maxine's having a words. Get him! Get him! Jacket's coming off. Throws the jacket down. Goes over to Joe. Takes him over. Do we score the match? Probably don't need to, do we? Not applicable. Is someone going to come and make the save? Yes, Tozawa is. Tozawa's in. Tozawa come in and making the save for Joe. Where's Otis? Big boot there by Tozawa. He takes Theory over. Charging in. Big boot there by Tozawa. Theory to the outsides. Rips the shirt. He's getting a great reaction here. You're lucky she's holding me back. The referee in the front row's telling Theory to calm down. Wow. Theory just got murked by Tozawa, said WrestleRants. Crowd are trying to convince themselves Tozawa is exciting to see, said Jay. Maxine is so much hotter now, said Dynasty. Robbie said Theory got made to look like a chump twice in one night. Ellis Dubb said, damn, he is horrendous. This must be a weird one, mustn't it, for Corey? Because, of course, Big Cass was with Carmella for a long time. Carmella is now married to Corey. Big Cass. The East River crossing. So we're just seeing, we've had Big Cass, we've had Becky, we've had Stephanie. There's Jackie backstage. Oh, she's with Big Cass. Look at the size difference, mate. Mate, how's she going to do this interview? She comes up to his nipples. Dude, that size difference is mental. Yeah, this is probably best, to be honest, because she ain't going to reach. 8 years. Eight years. It's a long time. You were just in the way. Wow. Wow. You won't be the last. Javon, you were just the first. Nothing personal. 8 years I've waited to get back here. I think the most impressive part of that was the size difference between Jackie and Big Cass. But I like what Big Cass said as well. Stack them up. Listen. You can only judge what you see, and what I've seen so far is pretty good. Raw boys and girls, said Drake. An ominous message from Big Cass. Okay, here's Ethan. Ethan being asked about what went wrong in your match with Javon. Ethan not looking thrilled. Karma came around and took care of Mr. Javon. So Ethan's like, he might have won the match, but I don't think he won the war. Right. Daze, do we think Kevin will snap Johnny out of his depression? Well, I hope something does now that we're past SummerSlam. I don't know if it'll be Johnny that does it. Sammy's been speaking to him. CM Punk's been speaking to him. Okay, we're back from this commercial break in a minute. The street fight. I don't know if the street fight is next, but we do have the street fight coming up. I have no plans to stop chasing gold in WWE, says Ethan. Ethan will, most definitely. He's going after that IC championship. He's going to be going after Chad, isn't he? Trust me. Big Cass would benefit with Heyman a ton, says Drake. Oba will beat Braun, but they can both look amazing if it's done properly, said Dynasty. Could Big Cass benefit from having Paul Heyman, said RTX. Well, I think most people would benefit from having Paul Heyman, but actually the little promo we got from him there was not bad. It was short. I think, yeah, Heyman, it could be a direction. It could be a direction. I wonder if Heyman's asking himself that question right now. Doesn't seem like Heyman is eager to return to the Vision, is it? Okay, we're just going back to Chad Gable. I've never flown anywhere. I don't plan on it. Don't give me the flying is safer than driving. I don't care, said King Yeti. Yeah, but you've got to fly, haven't you, to get to certain places. I've been fortunate enough to go to America a few times, Florida mostly. And I've always had such a fantastic time. And, been, you know, I could do it by boat, but I have absolutely no idea how much that would cost or even how long that would take. So sometimes you got to, ain't you? If you want to go somewhere. Heyman with anyone is gold, but some people don't need it. And some people do benefit more. Does Cass need it? Maybe not. Should he have it? With everyone saying yeah, said Drake. Oh, Chad's coming out now. Chad's coming out. Here he is. I'm surprised he hasn't got that root beer bulldog coming out with him. Chad Gable. Gable. Chad Gable then making his way down to the ring. He's in wrestling attire. So, cheeky match before the street fight, maybe? Gable. We had Chad join us on the SummerSlam post show. Yeah, it's true. He was on that post show. He's in the ring. You deserve it is the chant. I love that energy. You lot just said I deserve it. I try to earn it. He's got a little mark on his face there, isn't he? He says he wants to thank Penta. Yeah. I'm not sure if Penta is the greatest luchador in the history of this business, but he's got to be up there. Oh, I've come here to thank all of you as well, says Chads. Chad Song is like 8-ish cheese, said Dynasty. He has earned it, says Corey. Bishop said, I don't know why, but Chad's theme song feels like a TV show intro to me. Shorty G getting a mention. Cheo said, dress for a fight. When you make a promise to yourself, you bust your ass till you deliver on that promise. I'm proud to be your Intercontinental Champion. I don't know if we've seen it, but I'd love to see Jason Jordan. Penta's coming out. I'd love to see Jason Jordan backstage congratulating Chad. That picture might have done the rounds already. I haven't seen it, but obviously they were American Alpha. That's how Chad got to the main roster, being in the tag team with Jason Jordan. And Jason ended up getting injured. I think they did go their separate ways before the injury, but it wasn't long after that. And then, you know, Chad, I can't remember what he moved on to then. I think it might have been the team with Bobby Roods. And they kind of teamed together for a bit. Then, of course, we start getting into Shorty G territory, which is during the pandemic. And you've got Alpha Academy, of course. Going into American Made, going into El Grande and all of that stuff, leading us to where we are now. It has been a journey. But American Alpha is kind of where it really started for him, that tag team with Jason Jordan. That'd be nice. I'd like to see that picture. Penta's in the ring, by the way. Pants up, pants up, pants up. I've really enjoyed this show so far, said Dean. Same. Last night, we stole the show. Tonight, I'm giving you your flowers. I think he gave those flowers last night, though. I know you made mistakes, but you changed. Okay. You've got their respect, and you've got my respect. You're a true luchador. You're one of the best wrestlers in the world. Okay, he throws his arms up. And right now, we've got Dirty Dominic Mysterio coming out. So, is this going to be a tag? It feels like tag match, doesn't it? I don't know if it's going to be tag match now, but we do have Penta and Chad. We do have Dominic and JD. What is this garbage, says Dirty Dom. About Chad being a real luchador. Dirty Dom making his way down. Getting some good heat, actually. Some really good heat. Des Moines Ditch Pigs. Dirty Dom. Tag match. Penta, Chad, Dominic. Yeah, I don't know if it would be now. We've still got the street fight, obviously, but we could set it up for next week. You've lost the right to call yourself a luchador. Okay, where are we going with this? You're just keeping my title warm. We're done playing. There's a lot of energy to this, you know. The crowd really do care about Chad and Dom. Do you know what? Chad is like a really big baby face right now. Dominic's a really big heel, getting big reactions. That's a hell of a match, isn't it? It's a hell of a match. Penta says we want a ref here right now. Okay, so we want... And there is a ref coming down, you know. So we're doing the tag match, and we're doing the tag match now. So referee has made his way down, but I'm thinking more about Dominic and Gable and just how tasty that would look with just how much noise the crowd would generate in there. So Chad and Penta teaming together against Dominic and JD. Don't think it'll take too long because I must admit I'm not a big fan of singles wrestlers getting into tag matches, but you know, whatever. Yeah, I don't think this will take too long, and then I think we'll turn our attention, of course, to our main event, which is going to be the street fights. Rapture said, who knows, maybe Nick Aldis will finally be a competent GM and check on Johnny and the planking situation. Is Johnny a heel still? Well, Johnny's not anything, is he? I mean, he's not a face, he's not a heel, he's not doing anything. So I think he's probably hit rock bottom, and I think there's probably a bit of sympathy that's built up for him. I mean, he's not really caught getting heat, is he? He's not doing anything to make people angry. So I don't know if that is a heel. I think that I just want to see some movement there. You know, that'll be a big dub. That'll be a big dub on Friday if we actually do make some movement with Johnny. Daze, did you see that Breeze post? She's broken her scapula and she'll be out for a while, said Radiated Zombie. Thank you, buds. Yeah, it was mentioned earlier. Apparently, a few months could be what we're looking for. David said, this is one of the best Raws this year. I'm giving it like a 9. Texas RM said, Penta Dom for the AAA belts. I wouldn't turn that down. James said, Johnny Wrestling turns Johnny barely conscious. Yeah. Jay, message gone. Good episode of Raw. Fun discussions in the chat, says Jesse. Jesse, shout out to you. I hope you're well. The Beach Kevin said, as soon as one Bella gets healthy, the other one gets injured. You just cannot get 2 healthy Bellas. Can you? It's just not possible. Okay. So, the match has been made. And we are underway. We're back from commercial break, and we are now into the final part of the show. We've probably got about 20 minutes, 30 minutes left to go. We got the street fight coming up as well. Time-wise, we're probably a little bit tight, but that's okay. Dom and JD versus Chad and Penta. Okay, Chad in the corner right now, going over the other side. Dirty Dom charging in. Against the ropes. Nice belly to belly. That's really nice. That's really nice. Dominic is in the corner. Dragon screw. Crispy Wrestling said, this is the first Raw I've caught fully in a while, and it's been pretty damn good. Penta comes crashing down. I've seen Johnny and Candice at my job, said Sir Miranda. I really like Johnny and Candice. I'd love to see them getting used. Well, just used. I'll end it there. Kick out there by Dominic. Penta heel turn joins Judgment Day, and it leads to Rey Fenix Penta at Mania, said Jay. I'm calling it. Well, if it goes that way, yes, you would have called it. Dominic's legs took away from him. Word Live Cena fan said, is it possible for Rhea to beat Chelsea before Money in the Bank? And then at Sunday night's main event, Chelsea then competes in Money in the Bank and wins. I would say those things are possible, yes. RTX said, the bigger question is Johnny even still alive? Is he even still alive? I think it's a very good question to ask. I think he is alive. He was actually talking at a meet and greet the other day with some of the fans that were coming to visit him. Okay, we've got the fans applauding away, and JD's mocking them there. Okay, right now, bang, suplex. 1, 2. Penta still down. Just a bit of chatter about Brock being retired, being moved over to the alumni section. People are understandably like, I don't believe it. I ain't believing it until we get past WrestleMania at least. I think that's probably understandable. Okay. Kicks coming in there by Dom. Judgment Day working together at the moment. Street fight still coming up. Got a little advert for that in the bottom corner. Penta. It's being picked up. He lands on his feet. Duck underneath. Goes over. Makes the tag. Here's Gable. Gable going up. Gable comes crashing down. Roman Reigns has posted some on IG about Brock Lesnar, saying our business is going to miss him. I think the feeling probably is backstage that was it. Obviously, I've not seen the video, but apparently Roman has posted that our business is going to miss him. 1, 2, Gable. Kick out there by Dominic. So yeah, if you wondered where the chat is online, there's quite a bit of chatter at the moment around Brock Lesnar and retirement and being moved to the alumni section. And Roman has posted something on IG about it. Shot coming in. Headbutt. Down goes Chad. You know, Chad against JD with a good build could be good as well. Okay. How can Johnny complain? He basically gets paid to do nothing. Wouldn't we all want that, said RTX. Well, some people would. Some people would want to be making their mark on the world. And it's hard to do that when you're just planking backstage. It's hard to be a legend. It's hard to have an impact. You know? You make it that far in your wrestling career. You get all the way to WWE, all the way to the main roster. Only to then lie around backstage when you know you could be in the ring cooking, putting on bangers, making a name for yourself, leaving a mark. Or alternatively, yeah, lie around and get paid. JD with Chance. He's got Chad driven down. Bradley said, such a fun Raw tonight. I saw the Roman video. It was very good, said Cheo. Rapture said, how would we feel if Corbin at some point brags about how he can't be beat and chooses to defend the title against Johnny, as he doesn't want to defend against Ilya, but ends up losing to Johnny? I think that'd be really good booking. I wouldn't obviously do that straight away. I think if you're going to do that, you've got to have him defending against some other people first, because we've got so many people that are faces that actually, now that we've got a heel champion, we need to take advantage of it. So, yeah, I really like the booking of I'll defend, you know, there's so many options. You can defend against whoever you want, and he chooses Johnny, thinking it'll be an easy night's work, and it is not, because, you know, Johnny comes out of his... I think that's good. But I don't think you can do that first unless Baron manages to get the win. Because I think, you know, we got the Carmelo match, we got Ilya Dragunov, we got maybe a Trick Williams rematch. There's quite a few baby faces that I think can go up against Baron. Right now we've got no joy at the moment. Chad trying to make the tag to Penta. He's trying to get over to make that tag. He's struggling. Need to the midsection. They're not leaving much time for the street fight, said Radiate Zombie. That is true, actually. Although, if this match ends within the next few minutes, we'll still have 20 minutes. So that'd leave probably about 10 minutes for the street fight after entrances and commercials. I agree. It ain't going to get loads of time. Gable, middle of the ring right now. Who do we think wins the street fight? Jacob or Royce? I would think... it's tricky, isn't it? Maybe Jacob. I can't see how we don't get LA Knight solo. Usos getting involved. So I think someone's going to win it. It's probably not going to be clean because a street fight allows outside interference. So maybe we need to give the Bloodline a bit of a win after the loss they suffered. So I'll go Jacob. Okay. JD with a boot to the midsection there of Chad's. Shot coming in there by JD. And again, Raw is a 3-hour show, so rush on the matches, sent in Ling. It's 2.5 hours. It's been 2.5 since we went to Netflix. Down goes, but we can overrun. We can always go like 5 minutes over, whatever, but we don't do 3 hours. Headbutt there by Chad. Oh, I don't like the headbutt. I think it's so unnecessary. I don't love it. I've never loved it. Don't know why we do it. I don't know why it's allowed. We don't do chair shots to the head, but we're allowing headbutts. Duck underneath against the ropes. Take over. Dominic goes over. Backbreaker. Oh. Penta driver, 2. And it's saved. Yeah, Chad was just grabbing his heads there, and so was JD, and it felt like it was a bit more than just selling. Bang. Chop coming in there by Dominic. Bang. Kick coming in there by Penta. Chad back up on the outside. Tag being made. Going up. Climbing up. Chad. Oh. Into ankle lock. Ankle lock in there by Chad's. Dominic trying to find a way out. Ankle lock is back in. Dominic rolls through. The ankle lock is still in. Dominic in big trouble. JD looking to come in and make the save. Headbutt there by JD. Headbutts everywhere in this match. Penta, clothesline to the outside. Penta through the ropes, under the bottom rope. Ah. Kick coming in. Coming over. Mexican Destroyer connects. JD is done. Dominic on the outside. Dominic is... He's got the ring bell. He's got the ring bell hammer. He's putting it in his boot as well. 619. Oh, Chad grabs the legs. Grabs the legs. That could have been a big problem if he'd have connected. There's that hammer, look. He's going over off that top rope. We're still going here. I mean, belt. Penta with the belt. Look at that. Penta nailing Dirty Dom in the face with the belt. Bang. Chad's going to get the win. Little bit questionable there with Penta using the belt, but it is a victory for Chad and Penta. Okay, let's get a poll in for that match. Time-wise, it feels like we are obviously not going to spend too long before we get to the street fight. Dirty Dom brought that on himself by trying to use that ring bell hammer, says Michael. On running. Keep on running. Probably be a decent song if it was an AI. That's Chad Gable one. I can't rate the match. I only got to see about a minute of it because of adverts, said Corey. WrestleRant said, that was a fun ending. Clap your hands together, everyone, said Austin. Wrestling, 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 wrestling. This is what we love doing. Yeah. Let's go. We love doing this. And we love doing this. And we love doing that. We especially love doing that. It's true, isn't it, actually? At school, I think a lot of us would get into trouble, wouldn't we? For doing, like, you know, the crotch chop. Suck it! DX stuff. You always heard a lot of people saying they got in trouble at school for that. I suppose now it's people at school yeeting. Is that what they're doing? If you're a WWE fan, I don't know, what are you doing? Probably yeeting. Acknowledging. There'll be a lot of acknowledging, won't there? Hey, here's Bron Breakker. He's with Heyman. This could be interesting. Lyra with Adam Pearce in the background. All of this is interesting. Okay, Heyman saw. I think you should. Where's Oba? Hmm. Oh, I thought that was your new best friend. I don't even know what that reaction was there from Paul Heyman, but I don't know. Where are we going here? Is Heyman going to be kind of representing Braun going forward, but just Braun? Maybe not the Vision? I don't think Oba needs Heyman right now. They might join forces down the road, but Heyman's a heel advocate. Oba's a babyface, and I don't know. Suppose we could explore babyface lovable Paul. That might be that might be fun. I don't know. Interesting though. Interesting. Main event time. Jay said no, Oba doesn't need Heyman. Well, it's got to be that he'll join up with Braun and just represent Braun then. Street fight coming up. I like that little segment. I like the little backstage touches. Okay. Yeah, no, Oba doesn't need a manager, said Tingaling. RTX said, technically Raw has no time limit, or am I wrong? Can't the show take as long as they want? Well, there's an internal limit where I think they sort of... The thing with WWE is it's always been on network TV, so it's always had a time limit. So they're kind of set up with, kind of sticking to time limits. And it is right that they do that because, of course, talent that work on Raw might end up going to SmackDown. SmackDown is on TV, and that does have time limits. Same with PLEs. A lot of the shows, pretty much everything in WWE is timed out. Like, we're going to give you 8 minutes for this segment. We're going to give you, 2 minutes for this promo. You're going to have 5 minutes for this match. Everything in WWE is timed out, and it's always been sort of that way. And you've had to do it because you need to make sure everything fits into network TV. So even though they're on Netflix and there is no kind of deadline, that doesn't mean that WWE just want to get loose with everything now. It doesn't mean that it's just, it doesn't matter, If you've seen WWE Unreal, you will have seen how angry Bruce Pritchard got when matches were overrunning on that Netflix premiere. And actually, they were sticking to a 2:20, 2:30 time limit. So, can they go over that? Yeah. I mean, it's not like anyone's going to be, going mental at them or it's, a massive drama. But I think internally, they're trying to keep things tight and they're trying to hit like certain times. So, I ever since we first started with Raw on Netflix, we've always been around 2:30. Sometimes we've done 2:35, but I mean, we've never gone like 3 hours. We don't just throw this out the window and go, do whatever you want. Like that discipline of hitting your marks, hitting your time, that's kind of built into the fabric of wrestling. That is like a core cornerstone of wrestling. And as we said, a lot of this talent are going to, eventually work over on SmackDown where those restrictions are still very much in play. So it's a bit more complicated than just saying they're on Netflix. There is no time limit. I think there internally is. And I think it's 2.5 hours for Raw. So they've got 12 minutes right now. And sometimes we even get out early than that, Jacob rolling out the ring, going to the outside. Royce standing in the ring, waiting for this street fight to get going. We're going to have to end our poll in a second. So we have got Jacob Fatu versus Royce Keys. Okay. Right now, you can get 50% off your regular menu price pizzas when you have carry out, says Corey. And that's big news. Thank you, Corey. Okay. Okay, no Oasis music for this Nick Aldis video package here. And then they're just showing you what went down on Sunday with Kevin Owens' return. Let's move this over here. I'm surprised they've not made a bigger deal out of that, actually. I'm surprised this took so long to get to the Kevin Owens bit, you know? That felt like one of the biggest moments of the weekend. Okay, you lot said that last match was good. 99 is what it got. Okay, Jacob, Royce. Street fights underway. You chose this, but we're here now. Okay, right now, Royce driving his shoulder into Jacob. Back elbow there by Jacob. Jacob coming over, kick coming in. I think they've done a really good job with this Raw. It really feels like an episode where people would be like, did I miss anything? And the answer to that is very much yes. And the answer to that is also, like, you know, we've had Stephanie, we've had Becky, we've had Big Cass making his debut. We've had some confrontations like Becky and Stephanie, like Dominic stepping up to Chad, which I think could lead somewhere. And I'm not down on that. And obviously, most notably, Oba and Bron Breakker and LA Knight and Roman Reigns. I mean, the narrative has definitely been pushed forward tonight. I think it's been pretty good, as there's a clothesline there by Jacob. Against the ropes goes Jacob, through the ropes. Crashes into Royce Keys. Daze, do we think that Bron Breakker Oba should be a future WrestleMania main event? I think it could be a future WrestleMania main event, but it's hard to say it should be. Bron Breakker is not quite at that level yet. I think he can get there, but I don't think he's at that level yet because, you know, we can't sit here and talk about how it hasn't quite clicked for him and how it's not quite working yet, and then go, he should be in the WrestleMania main event. I mean, those two things don't match, do they? So, can he get there? Yes. Is he there right now? No. I think Oba's there. You know, Oba just main evented night one of WrestleMania, of SummerSlam. I mean, maybe Bron could get there thanks to Oba, you know? Perhaps Oba is the big draw, the big star, and, you know, Bron Breakker could, you know, benefit from that. But I think, you know, would Bron main event night one against other people? Maybe if it was Punk, maybe if it was Roman. But not if he's got to do the heavy lifting. Jacob said I had no choice. I had to do this. I had no choice. I had to do this. How would they book Oba Breakker? I don't think either should lose, said AB. I know Oba will win, but where does Bron go from there? Well, I think maybe it could be the end of the Vision, actually, because it could be that the Vision get involved and they might hinder rather than help, and it could provide a distraction where Bron's looking at Theory like, what did you do that for? Or why didn't you do it properly? And then, of course, Oba takes the advantage, gets the win, and, you know, tension is caused there. So, bang! Into the barricade goes Jacob. That was a big spot. That was a big spot. Yeah, I mean, Oba needs... The first thing you have to establish is who needs the win. And it's Oba that needs the win if we're building to him against Roman. So, I mean, he's got to get the win. And then it becomes, well, how do you protect Bron Breakker in a loss then? Barricade is down. And now Royce Keys is grabbing a table. So Royce Keys grabbing a table. It's a Slim Jim table. Love that for him. He's putting it into the ring. Jacob right now is down on the outside. Royce Keys has gone over and grabbed him. Oh, back against the ring post. Shot coming in. Oof. Okay, Jacob on the outside. In the ring, chairs are being thrown. Jacob chucking chairs into the ring. Braun can win all the prelims in nefarious ways and then lose the payoff, said Shining Wizards. Dean and Zilla are going to start brawling in the parking lot. Pat is going to join in and whoop them both. I think you've called it, buds. I think you've absolutely nailed that. Okay, he's grabbing chairs, chucking them in the ring. Oh, Royce Keys launching himself off that commentary table. Grabs a hold of Jacob, throws him into the ring steps. Okay, Royce Keys going around. It's been a lot of grabbing tables and grabbing bits and bobs, you know? Chairs and whatever. Yeah, more chairs being chucked into the ring at the moment here. Better than picture-in-picture, I guess, said King Yeti. Daze, I think they did go pretty close to 3 hours on the Netflix debut, said NetForce. I don't think they did. I'd have to go back and have a look. Back in the ring goes Zilla. One more chair is the chance. I'm used to seeing Jacob in MLW in Weapons of Destruction matches against Mads Kruger, where they go absolutely insane. Not used to this tame Samoan werewolf, says James. This is PG-friendly Jacob Fatu. Jacob with a chair. Kendo stick there by... Kendo stick coming in, being used there by Royce. And again... Unload him. Jacob is down. Okay, right now he's grabbing the table. So this table's being set up in the corner, but I mean, there's so many chairs and everything in the way, I don't know. Kendo stick about to get used, no joy. Kendo stick, bang, there we go. There we go. Daisy said Zilla by accidents. Oh, that's because Zilla gets mentioned all the time. Right now, Royce has got that kendo stick being put in his mouth. There is a bit of blood here, you know. It's on the hand of Jacob. Royce goes down. I was busy eating. Who was making sense? So I can ban them, said King Yeti. Right now we got Jacob grabbing chairs. Pace of this a little slow for me. It's the bloodline, said Jacob. Okay, we got a couple of chairs. He's going to look to maybe suplex him onto those chairs. Shots coming in there by Royce. Royce is going to reverse. Jacob through the chairs. So it's Jacob that gets planted through the chairs. Royce going for the cover. 2. And kick out. Kick out there by Jacob. Jacob with some ketchup on his hand, said Ampy Ballin. Right now we got Royce with Jacob, back elbows. Jacob kick to the midsection, picking up Royce. Oh, that was good. That looked good. That was like a DDT brainbuster. Look at the marks on Jacob's body. Now we're getting into the chairs being set up and chairs being used. We're starting to get somewhere now. This chair being chucked on top of Jacob. On top of Royce. Jacob. Grabbing a chair. Sort of driving it into the midsection there of Royce. Jacob going up, climbing up. Chair being chucked at Jacob's head. Royce Keys is up. I think we're going to go for a big superplex here. No. Loads of chairs. Ah, and he gets driven right onto them. Right onto those chairs. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out there by Jacob. Kick out by Jacob. Look at that. I mean, that is quite a distance, actually, to fall onto metal chairs. We're learning a lot about Royce Keys tonight, says Michael Cole. Oof. Right now, Royce grabbing a hold of Jacob. He's looking to drive him through this table. No joy. Super kick coming in. Jacob in the corner. Gets picked up. Bang! Spine buster. Royce Keys over by the ropes. Straps coming down here by Royce. Royce Keys looking for potentially a big finish. Charging in, gets picked up. Samoan drop through the table. That might do it. That might do it. Yeah, we're going up. Moonsault. Look at that. Dude, that was so good. That was so good. Jacob coming in. Bang. Tongan Death Grip is in. Royce is in a whole world of trouble. And he's still hanging on here, in all fairness to him. But I think he's fading. Definitely looks like he's fading. He probably shouldn't be able to survive everything that he's just been through. There we go. That'll be it. That'll be it. That's it, ref. Call it. Call it. Call it. Dudes. Blimey now. I think we could have got in there a bit quicker with that finish, but Jacob wins. Jacob wins. Royce is being choked out right now. Choking the life out of him right now. Bell is being rung. Bell is being sounded. And there he's finally off. He's finally off. Royce Keys down. And there we go. Jacob in a war. Picking up the victory over Royce. I mean, listen, Jacob has made it very clear there's no love here. He goes back over to Royce. Surely this is going to bring out Solo and LA Knight. That would be... Oh, there's bloods. He's actually spitting up blood right now. Jacob going right back with that Tongan Death Grip. Royce Keys spitting up bloods. And he does release it again. And now he's chasing after the referees. And the referees are like... Jacob going back again. Bang! Colliding into Royce. Over the other side, Jacob collides into Royce again. Bloods. Jacob with the chair. Jacob putting that chair over the head of Royce. Adam Pearce has come down. Don't do this. Don't do this, said Adam Pearce. Don't do it. It's done. It's done. He's done. Please. He's done. It's done. He gets back in. You know that Jacob's never done until Jacob's done. And he collides into Royce. Royce is down. Jacob's dancing away. I tell you what, if I'm Royce Keys, I've got some big questions for Solo and everything. Here's the OTC. Roman Reigns is coming out again. Could it be Solo? The OTC's music hits, but it is the OTC that comes walking out. I think Roman is probably quite impressed with what he's seen, and look at that. Royce Keys has got bloods coming out of his mouth. Roman nodding in Jacob's direction. The ones go up. Jacob throws the one up as well. And wow, it's clear, isn't it? He said it's bloodline first. It's bloodline only. And Jacob has very much lived up to that. Very much lived up to that. Oof. It's a bad day at the office, isn't it, for Royce Keys? Roman backstage. Here's Ray. What's this? Let me run something by you. You know I'm the triple manager. Wow. You know I'm the manager, the general manager at AAA. Let me run something by you. Are we going to treat that Worlds Collide show as being a bigger deal than we thought it was going to be made out to be? Because what we said was that Worlds Collide show is like AAA and it's got a few NXT talent, some main roster talent. I wonder if there is no Crown Jewel. I wonder if we're meant to do Crown Jewel, but for some reason we're not doing Crown Jewel. And I wonder if they're going to use that AAA Worlds Collide event to be, you know, to have Roman featured on it. I don't know what the hell you would do with that, though. Don't know what the hell you do with it. Roman going to AAA for a show. That was a great Raw. Worlds Collide is about to do serious numbers. Nothing in the Middle East for safety. Yeah, but we did go there, didn't we? Not long ago for, was it Night of Champions? And, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like the situation over there is any worse than it was. But yes, I mean, maybe you're right. Perhaps now finally someone somewhere has gone, do you know what? I don't think it is in our best interest to keep going over to the Middle East, you know, right now. Do Do you know what? We didn't actually, and this might shock people, we haven't been watching the news. And we did manage to catch it the other day. And turns out the Middle East is a bit of a no-go right now. Who knew? So, yeah, maybe. Maybe Ray wants Roman or Jacob to dethrone Dominic. Jacob needs singles golds, and he can hang with the luchadors, said Jay. Well, get your thoughts in, because we're going to obviously talk about all of what has just gone down, and there's a lot that's gone down, actually. I mean, this was a very stacked episode of Raw. Very stacked episodes. I think it was a really good episode. I don't think it was a perfect episode because of the fact that I think some of the in-ring once again has disappointed or underwhelmed. But I think actually the work the creative team have been doing has been very, very good. You know, there's been a lot of matches tonight that's involved a lot of that young talent that kind of need the reps. So it makes sense to use that talent. And obviously we've had some big development with key characters. The Bron Breakker Oba thing is great. LA Knight, obviously, with the Roman, as we said, Stephanie and Becky. So, I mean, big developments with all of that. And yeah, you know, a little thread throughout the show as well with Bloodline and Royce. And not the biggest thing, but obviously we started with LA Knight. Then we had the backstage segment. We had Roman questioning about Royce. Then we had Royce and Jacob backstage and the match was made. Then we get to our main event. So there is this little thread that's kind of weaved throughout this show. And I thought it was really fun. But again, for me, I look at these scores like Ethan Javon, good 97, Soul Roxanne, good 93, Bron Joe Hendry not being much of a match. Dominic, JD, good 99. Haven't seen what you scored that main event. But definitely, again, the in-ring, an area that could be improved. I wouldn't say it's that much of a disaster, though. I mean, we've had, like, much lower scores than that. Much lower scores. So I wouldn't say it was, like, a big disaster. Oh, my God, I'm pulling my hair out. What are they doing? How can they not get this right type stuff? I think you can make an argument it's better than it has been, but still an area of weakness, I would say. Still an area that needs to be improved. Looks like our main event, though, should be clocking into the great range, so that's good. Rich Rod said it's weird. Roman with Fatu is super heel. Heel Ray. What is happening? Is Roman fighting demons like his Twitches with OTC chants? I think you've lost me a little bit there, buds. I mean, Roman's out for himself. He's kind of a tweener. If you're with him, you're with him. If you're not, you're not. He doesn't care. So, you know, I think Roman can work against baby faces, but he can also work against heels. I feel like he probably is a bit more babyface because he gets so much support from the crowd. So the crowd reaction sort of makes him babyface. But, yeah, I don't think he'll care if, like, the Bloodline get involved in his matches, whatever. If anything, he might go backstage and that's what took you so long type situation. So I think that I don't know that he really cares about anything but his family. Royce has just got murked. Roman don't give a damn. If anything, he just wants to come out and say respect to Jacob, really. Respect. I asked a question, you gave me the answer. Roman, the biggest star in the industry, Ray, obviously AAA manager, got a big show coming up. I think it makes sense for Ray to go up to Roman and go, listen, can I just get a minute of your time? I kind of like how Ray went, do you know how I'm AAA GM? And Roman's response was, I do now. So clearly Roman Reigns, not a regular viewer of AAA, not tuning in on a regular basis there. Not following every twist and turn that AAA provides on a Saturday. Or a Sunday. Yeah, no, a Saturday. So, yeah, interesting. Let me run this by you, said Rey Mysterio there. And we'll see what comes of that, of course. Okay, let's get this final one. And then we will... let's get this final one, and we will think about the breakdown. Should WWE give New Orleans Mania 44 since Mania 42 went back to Vegas? I think it comes down to bids, doesn't it? I don't think we give anyone Mania. They have to bid for Mania. We don't owe anyone Mania. Unless there's been a deal done where they get Mania as part of that package and, you know, they've paid for it, right? But I don't know. I don't think we go to New Orleans as a sorry for messing you around. I think, you know, business is business. TKO will go wherever the biggest bid is. So obviously we know they're going Saudi Arabia next year. I don't think it's been revealed the year after that, has it, as to where we're going. I'm not sure where we've still got to go, but like I think there are a couple of places that have already paid for a Mania and actually given WWE a lot of money, like Minneapolis. I think they bought a package of like Rumble, Mania, SummerSlam, and I can't quite remember where we are with those. Obviously, we just did SummerSlam, so I think they might be due one. But outside of that, I think it just comes down to who puts in the biggest bids. I looked up on Google. Raw went 3 hours 20 on the debut with commercials. Okay, thank you. My point is still my point, which is we go week in, week out at 2 hours 30. So, you know, I don't think like the conversation about should we be going over that mark or are we free to go over that mark, like nothing has changed about the conversation we were having. Brony said, I find it strange how people were asking if Roman is heel or not. The man can be a zebra and would still be cheered. It doesn't matter, says Brony. Worlds Collide is the same day as AEW All In. They're stacking that show now, and they say they don't care, says Cobra. No, I think they might say they don't care, but obviously we know they do care. Omos and Roman confirmed, said Wrestle with Andy. It's been fun. Corey, shout out to you. Royce Keys got beat down after the match and still walked out with a 9 out of 10. That's called efficiency. Daze, what if AEW decide it wants to merge and do a one night only? Would you watch? Yeah, it's WWE I would watch. Benny said, interesting question. Do we think the handsome factor with a wrestler more becoming a main eventer? The look is very important, yes. It's always been important. Okay, let's go. We've got to do our breakdown, and so we're going to go and do that now. So don't forget, if you've got thoughts and feelings about this Raw or SummerSlam weekend, and you want to continue the conversation, I feel like we could stick around and do exactly that with more people asking different questions and throwing out different theories. Bottle it up, save it up. I want it. Bring it to me tomorrow. We'll be starting 2 hours before NXT. And I don't care about talking about NXT. I'm here to talk about wrestling. So if you want to talk about Raw, if you want to talk about SmackDown, if you want to talk about SummerSlam, if you want to join us for those 2 hours and then go when NXT starts because NXT is of no interest, absolutely fine. But we will be back again tomorrow, and we'll be getting stuck into all of these thoughts and digging into what next for various people, or how we feel about Braun Oba. How do you book it? How do you book LA Knight Roman? All of those things, and chucking some stuff around. So awesome. Right. Appreciate it. I'll see you all in a moment as we get stuck into the Raw breakdown. Bye for now.